I'm Charmaine E, here to be your host this morning. Thank you so much for choosing to spend your morning with us here at the museum. We're here today to mark the official opening of a brand new exhibition. Right here at ArtScience Museum, as you can see here, All Possible Paths, Richard Feynman's Curious Life. This year sees the science community all around the world celebrating the centenary of this Nobel Laureate Richard Feynman. And here in Singapore, ArtScience Museum has curated a brand new exhibit. And this is in collaboration with, of course, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, Nobel Museum in Sweden, as well as Center for Quantum Technologies. All Possible Paths not only marks Feynman's 100th year anniversary. As you will see later on, it also showcases his multifaceted life. Gracing us this morning, of course, is Mr. Heng Keat, Minister for Finance, as well as Chairman of the National Research Foundation. Joining us this morning, you will notice in the crowd some of the artists that have their works displayed. Good morning. Nice to see all of you, very familiar faces. And we look forward to seeing your artwork in a bit. Joining us in the crowd as well, we have our guests from Singapore, international guests. So thank you for making the journey and joining us here this morning. Here at ArtScience Museum, we've put together a series of very thought-provoking presentations and panel discussions that's going to be happening at this afternoon's conversation series. And the very beautiful Nina Ernst is going to be taking us through that. And this is going to be before you head on over to lunch. I've had a tiny little sneak peek of the exhibition, just a tiny little bit, and I can tell you, you are in for a treat. The artists themselves, I saw them checking it out earlier as well, making sure everything was in order, and it's going to be a real great time for you when you go check that out. So we're just waiting for our guest of honor to arrive this morning, and when we do, please join me later in giving him a warm welcome. But otherwise, anybody's first time here in Singapore? Welcome. Hello. Welcome. You are in one of the best museums here in Singapore, and of course, we look forward to welcoming you here back many, many times. So later you will see we've got the artists here, and feel free to chat with them as well, understand a little bit more. This, I understand, has been something like 3 years in the making. So it really is fantastic. I see some of you nodding because you know what I'm talking about. It's been 3 years in the making. They've been planning it. And there are just loads of opportunities for you to be talking to the artists and to be talking to the team at Marina Bay Sands. We have a lunch, and you are the first to enjoy this exhibit. So once again, thank you very much for joining us. Otherwise, in a couple of minutes, we will be welcoming our guest of honor. So thank you, and we'll be right back. I'm loving that a lot of you are taking pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor has arrived. If I could draw your attention to the right side of the room, please. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome our guest of honor for this morning, Minister Heng Keat, Minister for Finance and Chairman of the National Research Foundation. Good morning, and thank you to everybody in the welcome party for joining us. Good morning, Minister Heng Keat, Minister for Finance and Chairman of the National Research Foundation. Mrs. Heng, Professor Subra Suresh, NTU President. Mr. George Tanasevich, President and Chief Executive Officer of Marina Bay Sands, distinguished guests, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to ArtScience Museum here at Marina Bay Sands, and it truly is our privilege to have you join us here this morning. To kickstart this morning's event, I'd now like to invite Mr. George Tanasevich, President and CEO of Marina Bay Sands, to address us. Mr. Tanasevich, please.
Good morning and welcome to Marina Bay Sands. We're very pleased that you could be here this morning with us to celebrate this great occasion. It's always very exciting when we have the opening of a new exhibition at the ArtScience Museum because it gives us a chance to find different ways to reach out to the community and help educate the school kids here in Singapore. And from day one, we've embarked on a very ambitious mission to find exhibitions that explore the interactions of art and science and culture and technology. And I think that this is a great example of an exhibition that's going to help us achieve that goal of ours. But I will read some prepared notes this morning because some of the names I'm going to mention are as difficult to pronounce as my own name, and I don't think I could get through this otherwise. But thank you very much for being a part of today's official opening of All Possible Paths, Richard Feynman's Curious Life. The exhibition is a collaboration between the ArtScience Museum, Nanyang Technological University, and the Nobel Museum from Sweden, with key contributions from the Center for Quantum Technologies here in Singapore, the California Institute of Technology, and Richard Feynman's daughter, Michelle Feynman. All Possible Paths marks the centenary of one of the most influential physicists of the 20th century and shows how Feynman's curious nature and unconventional thinking drove him to explore many paths in life, including art and music. The exhibition includes installations, sculptures, and immersive environments created by 12 contemporary artists from around the world, including Malaysia's Jun Ong, Thailand's E.G. Sumi, Russia's Vito, who are all here today. Welcome to Singapore and to Marina Bay Sands. We're also delighted to be working in collaboration once more with the Nobel Museum in Sweden. The idea for All Possible Paths started from conversations between the ArtScience Museum and one of the Nobel Museum's guest curators, Betsy Devine. Betsy is here with us today and is joined by her husband, Nobel Laureate Professor Frank Wiecek, who has several important scientific drawings in the exhibition. When we first opened the ArtScience Museum in 2011, the vision was to show the connection between art, science, technology, and culture, and this is the next step in furthering that ambition and that goal of ours. All Possible Paths truly showcases the vision of the ArtScience Museum and aims to reach a wide and diverse audience from Singapore and beyond. Richard Feynman is someone who embodies the union of art and science. To be opening such a major exhibition of his life and work during his centenary year is a privilege for us at Marina Bay Sands. We hope you enjoy the exhibit, and thank you once again for being here today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tanasevich. And at this point, I would now like to invite Professor Subra Suresh, President of NTU, to say a few words. Professor, please.
Thank you very much, Minister Heng Keat, George Tanasevich, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the opening of this very special occasion, which celebrates the achievements of a great scholar and a great human being, Richard Feynman. Dr. Feynman was a theoretical physicist who worked on quantum mechanics, quantum electrodynamics, particle physics, and many, many other fields. He valued the importance of the integration of art, science, and technology, and of course music and many other things. Where else than here we have a venue that showcases that spirit of that integration here at the Singapore ArtScience Museum. This centennial celebration and exhibition showcases the achievements of Feynman's relentless pursuit of scientific excellence in particular, but much more broadly, excellence. He was one of the pioneers in the field of quantum mechanics, quantum computing, and introduced the concept of what we now broadly refer to, which has almost become a cliche, as nanotechnology. His famous lecture, delivered at Caltech in 1959, entitled "There is Plenty of Room at the Bottom," is still cited by researchers in the field of nanoscience and nanotechnology as sort of the tipping point which led to a series of events that created such a buzz around nanotechnology. In fact, it was appropriate that when President Bill Clinton was in the White House, when he launched the National Nanotechnology Initiative, the appropriate place to launch that was at Caltech. And that's what President Clinton did. Dr. Feynman was a member of the Manhattan Project. He spent time at Los Alamos. In 1986, as a member of the so-called Rogers Commission that was formed to investigate what happened to the Space Shuttle Challenger, Dr. Feynman was a key member who identified the origins of that disaster that took place in the US space program, and that led to many, many valuable lessons for future space flights. Even more interestingly, Dr. Feynman was somewhat of a Renaissance man. He was an inventor, teacher, and a self-taught musician. He learned to play the Brazilian metal percussion instrument and was a very enthusiastic bongos drum player, and there are YouTube videos you can watch if you haven't seen them. He presented new ways of representing mathematical expressions to describe the behavior of particles smaller than atoms. Today, these are more commonly known as Feynman diagrams. His achievements are truly inspiring as they teach us the importance of going well beyond science and embracing other disciplines, a term that has now become common, and just like nanotechnology has become almost cliche, multidisciplinary thinking. It is within the crossroads of these disciplines where scientific discoveries and breakthroughs are increasingly found. Seated among us today are eminent scientists from around the world who have influenced Feynman's work in one way or another, and who have added enormously to the rich legacy that Feynman created and left for all of us. They will be sharing their thoughts on Feynman at a 3-day conference at NTU, which will take place next week under the auspices of the Institute of Advanced Studies. I would like to thank all my NTU colleagues for the roles they have played in envisioning this symposium over the last few years, and the effort they have put in to organize this symposium. In particular, Professor K.K. Phua, Professor Lee Soo-ing, and many other colleagues as part of the Institute of Advanced Studies at NTU. I also want to take a minute to, on a personal note, the lessons that I learned from my 3 decades of interactions at Caltech. I spent 2 sabbaticals at Caltech during my 20-year tenure at MIT, and there I was exposed to the enormous footprint of Professor Richard Feynman, not just in physics, not just in science, but the ecosystem and culture of Caltech. We are the beneficiaries of his vision for nanotechnology, and in a subsequent role at the US National Science Foundation, I was very privileged to have the opportunity to support Professor Feynman's vision through the US National Nanotechnology Initiative, and the National Science Foundation played an important role in supporting this during the course of many years. Today, together with the ArtScience Museum and the Nobel Museum, There will be a variety of exhibitions inspired by Feynman's philosophy of embracing a variety of seemingly unconnected disciplines. They blend the boundaries between art and science and many more. That is why at NTU, we increasingly recognize the critical role of such an approach, both in teaching and in learning, and we even design our buildings to support this. NTU's iconic learning hubs, the Hive and the Arc, are places where students can call their own. They are designed to encourage interaction among students from various disciplines and provide opportunities for them to develop important life skills such as leadership and intercultural competence. In research, earlier this year, we launched the NTU Institute of Science and Technology for Humanity, the institute that aspires to play an important role in shaping a balanced discussion of the many benefits of technological innovation, but equally the potential unintended consequences as well as intended and unintended misuses and abuses of technology, including their ethical, social, and human dimensions. Just 2 days ago, in the spirit of Professor Feynman, we launched the NTU Campus Art Trail that showcases more than 40 pieces of artwork that incorporate sculptures, large buildings and architecture, fine art, photography, including digital photography, and new media. The art trail guides visitors and members of the NTU community to new artworks found across the university, promoting awareness and appreciation for the arts, and making art at NTU even more accessible, not just to members of our community, but equally to the public as well. As you may expect from a research-intensive university, there are art pieces that are the result of interdisciplinary collaboration that leverage multiple intersections between diverse fields of art, media, science, and technology. Please feel free to download the 150-page full-color ebook of the NTU Campus Art Trail from the website. Feynman lived his life by embracing both these aspects, the human dimensions of art and culture, but equally very deep and rigorous science, and adopting a view that embraces many different aspects of this in his research, learning, and teaching. This is also an increasingly strong emphasis in the NTU education to equip our students with a skill set that provides opportunities for them to develop important life skills, such as appreciation for the arts, culture, digital literacy, leadership, and an understanding of the role of these dimensions in shaping the human condition. I have no doubt that today's exhibition will give you a glimpse into the amazing world inspired by one of the greatest minds to have lived among us. I wish everyone a pleasant tour of the exhibition, and I very much thank you for attending this event, and thank all the sponsors for their help in making this happen, and all our speakers and visitors from abroad for taking time from their busy schedules to be with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Suresh. I'd now like to invite Mr. Heng Keat, Minister for Finance and Chairman of the National Research Foundation, to address us. Minister Heng, please.
Professor Subra Suresh, NTU President, and Mr. George Tanasevich, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to everyone. I'm very happy to join all of you, among you, eminent scientists and enthusiasts of the arts and sciences, for the launch of this exhibition to commemorate Professor Richard Feynman's birth centenary. And thanks to the ArtScience Museum, Nanyang Technological University, and the Nobel Museum in Sweden for arranging the ideas and thinking and life of this great scientist and great human being to Singapore. Feynman's rich life as a scientist, artist, musician, and teacher epitomizes how the interplay between art, science, culture, and technology is essential to spark innovation and new ideas. Indeed, art and science complement each other as we understand and describe the world around us. Feynman had a creative approach to problem solving. He had unconventional perspectives and was a completely independent thinker steered by his curiosity. His curious nature is illustrated in the story he relates in his famous book, You've Got to Be Joking, Mr. Feynman. During his days at the California Institute of Technology, Feynman found some ants near his bathtub. Using colored pencils, he drew a line along the path the ants took. His analysis of ants' behavior led to the ideas that later became central to his work in theoretical physics. Known as a great explainer, Feynman was also an excellent communicator. He had the rare ability to synthesize and explain complex scientific knowledge. One example is the famous Feynman diagrams. The interaction of subatomic particles was previously complex to understand. Feynman came up with an unconventional way of drawing pictures consistent with the mathematical expressions and describe the behavior of subatomic particles. This allows us today to visualize these complex interactions. Since Feynman invented these diagrams, theoretical physicists have increasingly turned to help them undertake calculations in this field. Nobel Laureate Frank Busick, who is with us today, wrote in 2016 that, I quote, "The Feynman diagrams remain a treasured asset in physics today because they often provide good approximations to reality." Today, Feynman's diagrams are used by physicists to model everything from the evolution of galaxies to the structure of the cosmos. Another fellow Nobel laureate, Julian Schwinger, said that the Feynman diagram was like the silicon chips that brought computers to the masses. It has been 3 decades since his passing, but his invention laid the foundation for physicists around the world to stand on today. While Feynman is famous for his contributions to science, his interest ventured beyond physics into art and music. And many studies have shown that training in the arts correlate to improvements in cognition and working memory. The Scientific American recently noted that the Nobel laureates on the sciences are 17 times likelier than the average scientist to be a painter, 12 times as likely to be a poet, and 4 times as likely to be a musician. And many world-renowned scientists are great thinkers are testament to this. Albert Einstein credited his violin for most of his joy in his life. Sir Harry Crotter's notable graphical works include the design of the Nobel UK stamp for chemistry. Samuel F. Morse, who invented the single-wire telegraph system and the Morse code, was also a painter. And Beatrix Potter, known for the children's book series Peter Rabbit, was also a natural scientist. Now, in a way, Feynman and many great scientists before us point to the importance of bringing science, technology, and the arts together to find new ways of doing things. When the iPad 2 was launched in 2011, Apple co-founder Steve Jobs said that technology alone is not enough in Apple's DNA. And he said, "Is technology married with liberal arts, married with humanities, that yields us the results that make our heart sing?" And in 1986, before Apple products became popular, Steve had acquired and transformed the loss-making graphic company Pixar into a creative movie powerhouse, even though his background was in computer hardware. Pixar's chief creative officer, John Lasseter, summarized Steve's innovation strategy as, and I quote, "Technology inspires art, and art challenges the technology." In this context, for students learning robotics, a literary study of Isaac Asimov's I, Robot could illuminate ethical dilemmas surrounding the creation and power of artificial intelligence. This will broaden the mind beyond just learning about the capabilities of modern technology into considering the social impact of technology and the trade-offs between the two. And I'm very glad that Professor Subra spoke on this earlier. And indeed, the best ideas emerge from the intersection of technology with the arts when people from different disciplines collaborate to learn from each other. In Singapore, our development over the past 53 years has been underpinned by a strong foundation in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, or STEM for short. But to quote Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong at the 30th anniversary celebration of LaSalle College, "Man does not live by bread alone. Arts and culture are an integral part of our national fabric as it uplifts the human spirit and shapes our consciousness as a community." Increasingly, the importance of the arts, social sciences, and humanities is being recognized. Educators now speak of STEAM subjects with the addition of the arts into the traditional STEM subjects. We are now standing at the ArtScience Museum, which was born out of a vision of merging art and science. The museum believes that the intersection of art, science, culture, and technology is where we see new ideas catch a glimpse of the future. This museum's regular program, Art Science in Focus, provides local creative innovators a platform to showcase their work that ingeniously integrates art and science. Another initiative, Art Science Late, presents experimental performances by outstanding local and international performers who works at the intersection of art, technology, and science to the public for free. Now, in this way, visitors to the museum can understand issues through the lens of science and create an emotional connection to the issue that is made possible through the lens of art. Earlier on, Professor Subra spoke about, the common word, in the academic discipline. Indeed, there's now more and more interest in multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary research. I think it's a recognition that while the traditional disciplinary focuses our minds to delve deeply into a field to enhance our understanding, the universe is vast and complex. To push the frontiers of knowledge, we need to seek to understand our world from having a variety of lenses, and this will give us far richer perspectives. And with our common quest with our curious quest for knowledge and our creativity to imagine new possibilities, we can create a better future for humanity. And we must excite our people, young and old, on the possibilities of science, technology, innovation, and the arts. And in this regard, Feynman sets an excellent example. Feynman, unlike other theoretical physicists, had a visual approach to the problems he was trying to solve. He also said that to keep trying new solutions is a way to do everything. It is heartening to see the ArtScience Museum has been inspired by Feynman's way of thinking and has creatively paired scientific concepts with contemporary artworks at this exhibition, so that artworks can help to make these abstract scientific concepts relevant and accessible by the public. The centenary celebration at the ArtScience Museum, titled All Possible Paths, Richard Feynman's Curious Life, uses both art and science, as well as striking contemporary design, to convey the importance and relevance of Feynman's work. Feynman's legacy also reminds us that it's important to embrace the unfamiliar while exploring all possible paths in life, and in the process, make discoveries and inventions that could impact lives. Now, I know in this audience there are many couples and also many young people. And I was very intrigued to read in Feynman's Nobel lecture something about our life partners. And let me quote this part of it. When he was sharing his journey of the discovery in the science, and he said he said this: "That was the beginning, and the idea seemed so obvious to me and so elegant that I feel deeply in love with it. And like falling in love with a woman, it is possible only if you do not know much about her. So that you cannot see her faults. The faults will become apparent later, but after the love is strong enough to hold you to her." So I was held to this theory in spite of all the difficulties by my youthful enthusiasm, unquote. Yeah. So I think many couples here would resonate with that particular quote. Yeah. Now, next week, NTU will be holding a conference on Feynman's contributions to physics and beyond, with discussions on the latest developments in various related fields. Titled Richard Feynman at 100, there's still plenty of room at the bottom. The conference is named after Feynman's legendary lecture in Caltech of the same name. And you will gather academics and scientists at NTU to discuss his work and the values he stood for. Topics include the art and science of Feynman's physics and quantum computing. Some will focus on personal stories and interactions with Feynman, and his daughter, Michelle Feynman, will share her personal experiences in growing up, and I'm sure it'll be very inspiring to listen to. Yeah. So I thank the ArtScience Museum, NTU, and the Nobel Museum once again for your efforts in organizing these events for Singaporeans and people around the world, and the scientific minds among us to benefit from the legacy of this great figure. And in conclusion, I hope all of you will take time to visit the interactive exhibition put together by this dedicated team comprising prominent scientists and artists, both from Singapore and overseas. And let us all be inspired by this influential Nobel laureate. And I leave you with a quote from the brilliant man himself from 1963. "I hope for freedom for future generations, freedom to doubt, to develop, to continue, the adventure of finding out new ways of doing things, of solving problems," unquote. So may we celebrate this freedom to explore new things and come up with creative solutions to solve problems as we go about our daily lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Heng. If I could kindly ask that we invite you on stage for a group photo. Minister Heng, if I could invite you back on stage, please, for a group photo. And joining you on stage as well is Mr. Tanasevich, as well as Professor Suresh in a little bit. And we're going to invite everybody on stage as well. We've got Professor Frank Wilczek, please, if you could join us on stage. Professor Frank, please. Also, Miss Betsy Devin. Not to mention Miss Anna Haja, Prof. Lars Brink, and last but certainly not the least, Prof. Lee Su Ing. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for everybody on stage. I would like to invite this opportunity for a group photo, please. Just a few more photos, I do believe. And for those of you without a camera in hand, a round of applause. All possible paths, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to everybody on stage for helping us with this photograph. Thank you to our guests as well. We have come to the end of this particular part of the program. I'd like to invite our guests, which are wearing the black lanyards, to kindly follow our colleagues down to basement 2. And if you've got the blue stickers on your lanyards, if you've got the red stickers on your lanyards, please stay with us for a moment. And I'm going to be handing you over to the very beautiful Nina Ernst, Head of Programs, who is going to be telling us more. Nina, over to you.
Thank you. So we have the minister and the party taking their leave. If you can just bear with me for a minute. The minister is going to go downstairs and preview the exhibition, and very shortly we will be inviting you down to have a look at the exhibition as well as some of our very first guests to the show. But first we'd like to just pause for a minute and go back to the beginning. We want to show you a 20-minute extract from a much-loved BBC documentary from 2013, The Fantastic Mr. Feynman. The documentary traces the life and work of our Nobel Prize-winning laureate, Richard Feynman, and we'll hear from his family and friends as they recall his extraordinary life and the series of scientific breakthroughs that led to his Nobel Prize. So let's roll the film, thank you.
Richard Feynman was one of the most extraordinary scientists of the 20th century. As a brilliant physicist, he pioneered an entirely new area of his subject.
He's discovered a new law of nature. Only very few people did that. The most numerically precise physical theory ever invented.
Yet he scorned the Nobel Prize he received for this work.
I've already got the prize. The prize is the pleasure of finding a thing out, the kick in the discovery.
Feynman's brilliance helped shape history. As a young man, he helped to build the atom bomb, ending the Second World War. And yet, throughout his life, Feynman rejected authority and refused to conform, preferring instead to follow his passions, from bongo playing to biology, from poetry to painting, from computing to cracking safes. Feynman's fascination with the world knew no bounds. And in his dying days as a maverick investigator on the Challenger shuttle disaster, he confronted the Washington establishment to reveal the truth about what went wrong.
The stuff that I got out of your seal, and I put it in ice water.
Above all, Feynman's infectious enthusiasm for life captivated millions of readers and viewers.
Feynman's been a showman pretty much his whole life.
Any room he walked into, everyone is looking at him. He was the center of attention.
Electrons behave exactly the same in this respect as photons. That is, they're both screwy, but in exactly the same way.
Here, in his own words and those of the people who knew him best, this is the story of the most captivating communicator in the history of science.
But you gotta stop and think about the complexity, the inconceivable nature of nature.
When my mother was pregnant first, my father said, if he's a boy, I want him to be a scientist.
Richard Phillips Feynman was born on the 11th of May, 1918, during the Depression, to working-class parents living in the outskirts of New York.
Even when I was a small boy, Papa used to sit me on his lap and read to me from the Encyclopedia Britannica. And we would read, say, about dinosaurs. They would say something like, this thing is 25 feet high, and the head is 6 feet across. And he'd stop always and say, let's see what that means. That would mean that if he stood in our front yard, he would be high enough to put his head through the window, but not quite, because the head is a little bit too wide. It was very exciting and interesting to think that there was animals of such magnitude, but they all died out. And at that time, nobody knew why. So that's the way I was educated by my father.
By the age of 10, Richard had his own science laboratory at home, where he tinkered with old radios and experimented with physics.
He hired me for 4 cents a week as his lab assistant to amaze his friends. You know, a spark gap with voltage against it? And if you put your finger in, you get a shock. It was my job, as part of my 4 cents, to put my finger in the spark gap for his friends' amusement.
Their father, Melville Feynman, worked for a company which made uniforms. This exposure to the military led to a strong rejection of authority, a value he instilled in his son.
One of the things that my father taught me was a disrespect. He'd open a picture in New York Times, maybe it was a general, and he'd say, now look at these humans, he'd say. Here's one human standing here, and all these others are bowing. Now what is the difference? Why are they all bowing to him? Only because of his name and his position, because of his uniform, not because of something he especially did.
At the age of 17, Feynman won a maths competition in New York, and it became clear this was a subject in which he was greatly gifted. In 1935, he was awarded a place at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT. But away from home, for the first time, he was going to miss more than just his family.
She was very beautiful, Arlene Greenbaum, the most beautiful girl on the beach. She had great dimples and long hair down to here when she unbraided it. Oh, we loved her. They were not officially engaged. She was only 15. She was sweet. We all loved her. She loved all of us.
From MIT, Feynman moved to Princeton, achieving full marks in the maths and physics entrance exam, an unprecedented feat. But back home, things weren't as perfect.
The family went away for a spring vacation with Arlene. We went swimming, and my father saw this lump on Arlene's neck and said to her, "What is that?" And she didn't know, but she went to a doctor, and it was the tuberculosis. We were all heartbroken. That was before there was any medicine for it. And although she was sick and dying, he married her because he wanted to take care of her. It was very hard on my mother because she was afraid he would catch tuberculosis. But my mother wasn't given a choice.
The couple braced themselves for life in the shadow of TB. But another menace was about to disrupt their time together. Just months before Richard and Arlene were married, America was drawn into the Second World War, following the bombing of Pearl Harbor. Feynman was asked if he wanted to join a top-secret project based in a government laboratory at Los Alamos in New Mexico. Codenamed Manhattan, its objective was to build an atom bomb. The fear was that Germany would invent such a terrifying new weapon first and use it to win the war.
There was nothing that I knew that indicated that if we could do it, they couldn't do it, and therefore it was very important to try to cooperate.
Germany was the center, the intellectual center of theoretical physics. They knew the power of this, that if Germany got this first, we have to make sure that they don't rule the world.
I felt I should do in order to protect civilization, if you want.
Feynman became a member of the Manhattan Project at Los Alamos. Here he joined some of the world's finest physicists, pooling their combined brain power to try to create the bomb.
Oppenheimer was in charge of the scientific or engineering side, and he was quite a heavyweight. Fermi, Niels Bohr, the big names of extremely high level.
Despite being surrounded by extraordinary physicists, the challenge of developing an atom bomb so quickly was an enormous undertaking. One fundamental problem was the sheer volume of calculations required. Without computers, it had to be done manually, slowing progress enormously. That was until Feynman arrived.
He found a way to get calculations going in parallel, still manually, still each person doing one operation at a time, but working in parallel, and then having the parts of the calculation come back together later, so that 3 problems in 9 months got turned around to 9 big problems done in 3 months.
I put on the blackboard a challenge. Can we do it? To the boys. They all start to go, yes, we'll work double shift, we'll work overtime, we'll try it. As a result, we did problems nearly 10 times as fast.
He somehow got this team of human computers to work at an inhuman pace and got things to roll. And that was when the scientific seniors, the big shots of science at that time, first became aware of this fellow.
Despite being a key member of the most secret government project of the war, Feynman's streak of maverick mischief was never far away.
So I used to pick the locks all the time and point out that it was very easy to do. And every time we had a meeting of everybody together, I'd get up and I'd say that we have important secrets and we shouldn't keep them in such things. We need better locks.
Between safe-cracking and doing physics calculations, the pace of life at Los Alamos was relentless. But for Feynman, it was a welcome distraction. In a sanatorium nearby, his wife Arlene was confined to her bed, slowly dying of her disease.
At that time, dry climates were believed to be good for tuberculosis. So although he was at high altitude, she was at a lower altitude in a hospital. I remember the day she died. She was 25. He was 27. He was brokenhearted.
Then, in the aftermath of his grief, Feynman was forced to confront the reality of what he had helped create.
They gave out dark glasses that you could watch us 20 miles away. They're going to see a damn thing through dark glasses. Well, I figured the only thing that will really hurt your eye, bright light never can hurt your eye. It's ultraviolet light that does. So I got behind a truck windshield so that the ultraviolet can't go through glass, so that would be safe. And so I could see the damn thing. I'm about the only guy in the world that actually looked at the damn thing in the first Trinity test.
Later, America prepared to detonate a second atom bomb. This time, it wasn't a test.
He had been expected to go as the scientist with the first flight. But the bomb was so successful, they decided they didn't need a scientist. So he did not go. Otherwise, he would have been in that plane.
The bomb exploded above the Japanese city of Hiroshima on the 6th of August 1945. It killed more than 80,000 people. 3 days later, a second bomb was detonated at Nagasaki.
There was a very considerable elation and excitement, and there was kind of parties, and people got drunk, and it would make a tremendously interesting contrast of what was going on in Los Alamos at the same time as what was going on in Hiroshima.
Feynman was deeply disturbed by the knowledge he had contributed to the deaths of so many.
He had had this great triumph on the technical level at Los Alamos, and then, of course, a terrible letdown afterwards, having run this tremendous race, and then at the end of it concluded that it wasn't, in fact, worthwhile.
In the months after this double trauma, first losing his wife, then realizing the destruction he'd helped unleash, Feynman was thrown into darkness.
Maybe from just the bomb itself, and maybe for some other psychological reasons, I had just lost my wife. I was really in a kind of depressive condition.
In the autumn of 1945, Feynman was invited to become a professor in the physics department at Cornell University, but he was still shaken by the events of the summer.
They expected me to be wonderful to offer me a job like this, and I wasn't wonderful. I thought to myself, I haven't done anything important. Well, I'm never going to do anything important. But I used to enjoy physics and mathematical things, and because I used to play with it, it was never very important, but I used to do things for the fun of it. So I decided I'm going to do things only for the fun of it.
While Feynman was rediscovering the fun in physics, science was in crisis. For many years, new discoveries about how atoms behave had been throwing physics into turmoil. Old assumptions about the world were being proved wrong. This new problematic area of physics was christened quantum mechanics.
Quantum mechanics, in a lot of ways, was the most profound psychological shock that physicists have ever had in all of history. Newton was not right. You can know everything there is to know about the world, and yet you cannot predict with perfect accuracy what will happen next.
Quantum mechanics had revealed the problems of accurately predicting how atoms and their electromagnetic forces would behave. And because these are the fundamental building blocks of nature, it threw everything else into doubt too.
Everything that happens around you, other than gravity, all the immediately experienceable parts of the world are electromagnetism at work. When two atoms get together to form a molecule, that's electromagnetism. So all of chemistry is electromagnetism. And if that means that all of chemistry is electromagnetism, then guess what? All of biology is electromagnetism. Literally everything around us is a manifestation of electromagnetism one way or another.
A new field called quantum electrodynamics, or QED, emerged to try and make sense of electromagnetism and subatomic matter. Sometimes QED seemed to work, but other times its predictions were way off.
It was all crazy. It didn't make any sense. It gave you infinity. Infinity is not an answer. Nothing is infinity. You don't measure in the lab infinity. You get a finite answer. You can't have your basic fundamental theory of physics give you infinity.
These predictions of infinity were stumping the smartest physicists on the planet. Even the father of QED, Paul Dirac, was foxed.
When I was a kid, I read Dirac's book, and he had these problems that nobody knew how to solve. They were described there. I couldn't understand the book very well because I really wasn't up to it. But there, in the last paragraph at the end of the book, it said, "Some new ideas are here needed." And so there I was. Some new ideas were needed. Okay, so I started to think of new ideas.
Perhaps, typically, Feynman's inspiration for his new ideas was unconventional.
When I was eating lunch, some kid threw up a plate in the cafeteria, which has a blue medallion on the plate, the Cornell sign in the cafeteria. And as he threw up the plate and it came down, it wobbled and the blue thing went around like this. And I wondered what the relation was between the two. See, I was just playing, no importance at all. So I played around with the equations of motion of rotating things. And I kept continuing now to play with it. And this rotation led me to a similar problem of the rotation of the spin of an electron, according to Dirac's equation. And that just led me back into quantum electrodynamics. Everything just poured out. It's just like taking a cork out of a bottle.
Inspired by the spinning plate, Feynman realized that the fact the equations resulted in infinity didn't mean they were wrong. The problem just needed to be looked at from a new perspective.
Turns out that kind of challenge was perfectly suited for someone like Richard Feynman, who, surprisingly maybe, didn't like to speculate. He wasn't the kind of modern physicist that we celebrate who's always coming up with a new theory of the multiverse or forces of nature or whatever. He really liked to work in the context of things that were supposed to be understood and just understand them better than anybody else.
To work around the infinities in QED, Feynman came up with a truly revolutionary idea. It was such a strange solution, not even his sister, by then a physicist herself, recognized it as serious work.
Richard said to me, "Would you go in the room and get my papers? I want to start working and my papers are in there." So I went in the room and I looked, and there was no mathematics. It was these silly little diagrams. And I came out and said, "Richard, I can't find your papers. It's just these kind of silly diagrams." He says, "That is my work."
The simple little diagrams Feynman had invented were a brilliant way to sidestep the complicated calculations required for QED. They were a sort of shortcut, allowing him to avoid the infinities and make meaningful predictions about the world.
He saw that there was actually a sort of pictorial way of thinking about these pictures, these equations. You could associate a little cartoon, a little Feynman diagram, as we now call them, to every one of these terms in the equation.
Other people would have to work for months, and he would get it in an afternoon. And eventually that's what got his ideas noticed, because he's getting the right answer, and he's doing it much simply, even though no one understood what he was doing.
Turns out to be so useful that now we're applying it to completely different fields that aren't particle physics at all. When we look at the evolution of galaxies and large-scale structure in the universe, we're finding that Feynman diagrams are a helpful way of calculating those quantities as well. Quantum electrodynamics, which is the theory that Feynman put the finishing touches on, is the most numerically precise physical theory ever invented.
In recognition of this work, in 1965, Feynman was awarded a Nobel Prize for Physics. He shared it with two other physicists, Julian Schwinger and Shinichiro Tominaga, who were also working on the same problem.
Right, I'm sorry to end just as things were getting exciting, but I think that was a nice sort of celebratory note to end on. And I hope just seeing that clip has reminded you of Feynman's brilliance and the humor, and also maybe suggested the legacy. And we'll look a bit more into this legacy, of course, during the rest of the day, during the rest of the talks. I think it's just lovely to see the sort of twinkle in his eyes and the sort of crackle of humor in his voice. So it's always nice to see. Right now, we would like to move to the next part of the program, where we invite you to see the exhibition that we've been talking about, All Possible Paths. We're very excited to open it to the public today, and in fact, we're opening it only after you've gone through the exhibition. So consider yourself the very first people who get to see the show after the minister. the exhibition is down in B2, but I just want to run through some details to make sure that we're all getting in the right places at the right times. So you can go down in the lifts to B2, and you can go out to the exhibition on your left. The exhibition is free and easy, really. You can walk through and you can explore the exhibits under your own steam, or you can join two of my colleagues down on the exhibition floor, Dimitris, who is the project manager of the exhibition, and Stephen, who's the educational officer for the show. They will be talking and touring through the exhibition, and you can join them if you like, or you're very welcome to explore the exhibits yourselves. So take your time, there's no rush. But from 12:30, there's a light lunch provided up here. It's a buffet lunch, so you can join anytime you like after 12:30. It's back up here in level 4, and you're very welcome to come back up here. That is because it's very important that you keep up your strength today, because this is just the first of 3 sessions. So we'd like you to take nourishment, and then join us again at 2 o'clock when we come back for the second session of this Conversations event. And it's an extraordinary lineup of speakers. You've seen some of them here this morning. We have Frank Wilczek and Tom Curtwright, George Swee and Maria Spirapula. And they'll all be sharing details of the work they're doing now and the work they've done with Feynman. So it's very exciting. So the sticker you should all be wearing now allows you access back in at 2 o'clock. So do make sure you still have your sticker. And don't be late, because if there's any spare seats at 2, we will reallocate the seats to other visitors. But you can come in with your stickers. So thank you for attending, and please make your way out to the lifts and down to B2.
All Possible Paths shows how Feynman's fiercely curious nature and wildly unconventional thinking drove him to explore many paths in life. All Possible Paths goes beyond being a traditional biographical exhibition. It uses art, as well as science, and striking contemporary design to convey the vitality of Feynman's ideas to today's audiences. In the heart of the show are galleries of artwork by contemporary artists who take visitors deeper into Feynman's science through the medium of art. But we start the exhibition by inviting visitors into Feynman's intriguing and convivial world. Feynman's scientific career began on a somber note. He was one of many scientists who worked in secret at Los Alamos on the Manhattan Project to develop the atomic bomb. It continued with his extraordinary breakthroughs in quantum physics, which earned him a Nobel Prize in 1965. And his career concluded, in a sense, with his role in investigating the Challenger space shuttle disaster in 1986. We now also know that Feynman was a pioneer of nanotechnology and the still nascent field of quantum computing. So notable are his achievements that he was ranked as one of the 10 greatest physicists of all time by the UK journal Physics World. Feynman was unique amongst scientists. As well as being one of the most brilliant physicists of modern times, Feynman was an avid musician, a keen painter, a captivating teacher, and a notorious prankster. His fellow physicist, Paul Halpern, remarked this year, his popular books shattered readers' conceptions of scientists as lab-coated nerds and replaced them with the hipper image of a wild nonconformist. His scholarly tomes introduced researchers to revolutionary methods of grappling with modern physics. Feynman was a master conjurer of physics. A mathematical whiz with exceptional intuition, he seemed to pull solutions out of thin air, yet his results matched physics data beautifully. End quote. To convey the richness of Richard Feynman's life story, the exhibition has 72 original artifacts, including personal letters, family photographs, his famous bongo drums, academic papers, and Feynman's own drawings and paintings. We also have a recreation of the quirky van that he used to drive together with his family around California. More than anything, this exhibition has education in its soul. Feynman himself was known throughout his life as an extraordinary teacher and science communicator without equal. Dubbed the Great Explainer, he had a natural ability to convey complex ideas to both scientists and the public in a fun and enthusiastic way. The second section of the exhibition showcases Feynman's infectious passion for teaching through a cinema which is playing films of some of Feynman's most important lectures. To celebrate his educational legacy, we've set ourselves the challenge of taking visitors of all ages on an inspirational learning journey through Feynman's life and work. Playful, interactive educational displays are placed throughout the exhibition, and they include this hands-on activity station where visitors can build their own particles using Lego. The educational material throughout the show, which interprets the science, is communicated in a clear and accessible way. And for that, we have to thank our scientific partners from Singapore, particularly Nanyang Technological University's Institute for Advanced Studies. We're delighted to have the director of IAS at NTU, Professor Lee, here with us today, as well as several members of the IAS team, including, very importantly for us, Professor Lars Brink, who's been instrumental in the realization of this exhibition. We're also grateful to the Centre for Quantum Technologies here in Singapore, who not only acted as our scientific advisors, but also co-commissioned one of the stunning new artworks in the exhibition. Taking inspiration from Feynman's own highly visual way of thinking, the third section of the exhibition explores quantum physics and its applications through the medium of art. Sculptures, installations, photographs, and immersive environments made by 12 contemporary artists from around the world articulate the uncanny quantum world in a visual way. And I'm thrilled that 3 of them will be speaking today, including Russia's Vitol, who made this artwork here, Thailand's Aji Sumi, and Malaysia's Jun Ong. Their artworks introduce 6 topics closely associated with Richard Feynman's work: parton theory, the weak force, quantum electrodynamics, quantum computers, Feynman diagrams, and nanotechnology. In the final section of the exhibition, we explore how Feynman's brilliant mind and wonderfully curious personality have inspired scientists from around the world. One of the ways that Feynman has influenced physicists is through the development of Feynman diagrams, which act as a kind of visual dictionary for processes that take place in the microscopic world. We are showing a series of original Feynman diagrams drawn by Nobel Laureate Professor Frank Wilczek, who'll be speaking shortly. Animations commissioned for the show bring these Feynman diagrams to life, vividly illustrating scientific discoveries which have helped shape our understanding of the universe. This was one of the parts of the exhibition developed in collaboration with our friends at the Nobel Museum in Sweden, and it includes a focus on Feynman's Nobel Prize. In fact, the initial idea for All Possible Paths started from conversations between ArtScience Museum and one of the Nobel Museum's guest curators at the time, Betsy Devine. And we're so pleased that Betsy is with us today, and she'll be speaking later on as well. I'd also like to take a moment to acknowledge my team here who have worked so hard on the show, especially our exhibitions team led by Adrian George, and most particularly our project managers, Dimitris Kontopoulos and Wendy Zhang. Together with our partners, they've helped create something special. They've worked intensely, passionately, and with great sensitivity to create an exhibition that epitomizes the museum's identity as a place where art and science meet, whilst also taking visitors on an enlightening journey through the life of one of the most inventive, brilliant, and free-spirited scientists ever to have lived. Richard Feynman urged us to explore the world with open-minded inquisitiveness, as if encountering it for the first time. He believed that all of us could aspire to the same mental leaps as he made. The essence of his approach to life was to find something you love and can do well and put your heart and soul into it. Whilst he chose the path of physics, he also taught us that there are many paths, all possible paths. This exhibition invites you to find your own path in life, and we hope you do that today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ona. As this exhibition is prepared in collaboration with the Nanyang Technological University, let me invite Professor Lee. He's a chemical physicist, famous for his work in ultrafast nonlinear spectroscopy to understand molecular dynamics. He's also a founding dean of School of Physical and Mathematical Sciences at NTU and a director of Institute of Advanced Studies. Professor Lee.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's very nice to see so many young students here. Why? Because the ultimate theory for the universe is still out there, waiting for you to work on it. So let me first of all congratulate Ona and her team, including Betsy Devine, for putting together an awesome exhibition. And it's definitely, I would say, a world-class exhibition. And I hope it gets to tour the world and show people from other parts, in other countries as well, this great work, not only of the exhibition, but of the person himself, Richard Feynman. And then I should also acknowledge Professor Lars Brink. Where is he? He has done a tremendous job. Tremendous job. This particular conversation here is like an interface between the exhibition and the conference that we are going to have at NTU over 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And without the effort of Lars Brink, it would not have been possible to bring together so many eminent and accomplished physicists, including Michelle Feynman, who is also a family member of Richard Feynman, who will be able to share with us real stories, you know. So these eminent physicists who have come this afternoon, they have had a first-order interaction with Richard Feynman. I have never had that interaction, but I have used his work, you know. I have used Feynman diagrams because I do nonlinear spectroscopy, but I do it in the low-energy regime. To me, Richard Feynman, his character and his physics is very much like what Amnon Yarif did for nonlinear spectroscopy. And Amnon Yarif, together with Nicholas Bloembergen. Nicholas Bloembergen is a bit like Julian Schwinger and Frank Wilczek, maybe. Because he could write down the expressions using perturbation theory, you know, on the third-order nonlinear spectroscopy. And remember, I read his paper in the Indian Journal of Pure and Applied Physics, where he wrote down the expressions for all the 48 terms for three-color interaction in third-order nonlinear spectroscopy. I'm a Raman spectroscopy. I do the theory, you know. And recently, I worked on femtosecond stimulated Raman spectroscopy. Is also a third-order nonlinear spectroscopy, but fortunately, I don't have to use all 48 diagrams. I only needed 8 of them. Okay? So please go and view this exhibition, and I think this afternoon session will be a great treat for everyone, because you are going to hear from the scientists who have interacted with Richard Feynman. Thank you.
Okay, well, they're turning on the laptop. Let us start the session. So as I said, we have an absolutely wonderful panel of speakers. The first speaker is Professor Wilczek. He is very famous for his work on fundamental particles, cosmology, and the physics of materials. In 2004, he received the Nobel Prize in Physics for, I'm sorry, for his work on asymptotic freedom. He also actually published a number of very, very interesting books, and my favorite is This Explains Everything. So he's trying, he was trying, and I think he succeeded in explaining a very complex theories actually in a very beautiful manner. And finally, when the last year there was a short but very beautiful book, which was a compilation of Feynman's lectures in Cornell, published. He also wrote an introduction for it, right? So I actually highly recommend this book. So Professor Wilczek, please come to the stage.
So maybe I'm back at first.
Oh, I thought I had. Thank you very much. Well, it's a great pleasure to be here. At lunchtime, we went back to the room where it all started. It was our collaboration with the museum here. This brainchild of Betsy's has blossomed in ways we barely could have imagined at the beginning. And we were very, very pleased to be here and overwhelmed, really. I'm going to talk about 3 interactions I've had with Feynman. It's the largest one will have the punchline, "Because there's nothing there." So that's the title of the whole thing. But first, I'll start with 2 shorter interactions I had with Feynman. The first time I met him was actually at a conference at Downingtown Inn in a very obscure place in Pennsylvania. And what happened was I wanted to go into a men's room, and somebody was in there, and suddenly the door opened, there was Feynman charging out. Then we had some opportunities to talk at this particular bar, where no boring people are allowed, but they let us in, and we had some very interesting conversations where I was still a graduate student at that time, but we had done the work which was the seed of QCD and asymptotic freedom and eventually the Nobel Prize. And to my amazement, Feynman, who was my great hero, I had learned from his books, tried to understand as they came out, the Feynman lectures on physics, which he was very interested in what we did. And he asked me all kinds of questions that I couldn't answer. The theory at that time was very, very primitive. And he seemed to be totally disgusted with me. But then he gave the summary talk at this lecture. I was a graduate student, I didn't talk at all, but he gave the summary talk at this lecture, and he spent half of it talking about this theory, and he said, "This is probably wrong, but you should really pay attention." And it was very gratifying at that time. The second interaction here, you can probably recognize Feynman, that was me. And that's Sam Treeman's arm there. This was at Universal Studios in California, the famous movie studio. It was on the set of a movie about gangsters that was full of bullet holes and things. This was to celebrate the 60th anniversary of Murph Goldberger, who some of you physicists probably know, who was the president of Caltech at the time. So Feynman loved to tease people. And he, as you can see, but he also especially loved to tease people in authority. So we were talking to Murph Goldberger, and Feynman put his arm around me and said, "Wilchie, baby, you know, when I first met Goldberg, when I first came to Caltech, when Goldberger first came to Caltech as president, I went to his office and told him, "I'll never do anything you ask me to do." And then he said, and I have very strong advice for you, Wilczek. He said, you have to cultivate creative incompetence. That means if someone asks you to serve on a committee or to do some task, if it's too awkward to just say no, a much better strategy is to do the job really badly. And then they'll never ask you to do it again. And he said, unless you do that, you're going to wind up like this guy. And he pointed to Goldberg. Now, but let me talk now about the third interaction, the most substantial one, which was a very, very special thing. This occurred at the Institute for Theoretical Physics, now the Kavli Institute at Santa Barbara, which now has a grand building, but at the time was the 5th floor of Ellison Hall here. Not very grand at all, but it had some advantages because we were all together and talked, and there was just one tea room where everybody came. And Feynman came up from Caltech to give a colloquium that day, and he gave his colloquium and was very energetic. But afterwards, everybody cleared out. There was an interval before dinner, and basically it was just him and me, and I thought he would want to go off and rest, but he didn't. He wanted to talk, and we talked. And so I'm going to tell you what the conversation came around to. He asked me what I was doing, and I said I was thinking about why empty space doesn't weigh anything. It may seem like a very strange question, but physicists will recognize this is the question of the cosmological term. I'll explain it a little bit more as we go along, because there are very good reasons in theoretical physics to expect that empty space should weigh a lot. And Feynman was very aware of this, and he said, I thought I had that one licked. Now let me tell you, this is a very impressive story because he was way ahead of us in thinking about this problem. So the problem, as I said, was what I asked him was why doesn't empty space weigh? The conventional theory of fundamental processes is based on the concept of fields, like electric and magnetic fields, but they fill all space. So this should not be confused with the value of a field, which can be zero, but the field itself is an entity that fills all space. And in quantum mechanics, we learn that dynamical entities fluctuate spontaneously. They're full of activity. I'm going to show you an actual picture now, well, a magnified artist's impression of an actual, but it's an actual calculation of what your eyes would see if they could see quantum fields, if they could see much, much shorter distances and resolve much, much shorter times than they actually can. So if you could look inside protons, but also outside protons, all through space, there's this kind of activity, gluon fields doing their thing, fluctuating, becoming more intense, less intense, everywhere. So that kind of activity, things moving around, involves energy, and as Einstein taught us, E equals mc squared. You can also read that m equals E divided by c squared, so that energy gives rise to mass. And if there's all this activity and energy everywhere, there should also be mass everywhere. And so the conventional theory says that space should have non-zero density. In fact, if you calculate it, it's a little embarrassing. That energy is actually infinite. And Feynman said, I thought I had that one licked. And here's the story he told me about why he thought he had that one licked. It's very instructive and educational and also touching, as you'll see. So this is the original Feynman diagram. This is the original published Feynman diagram, I should say. This is from Physical Review. We've had a lot of talk about Feynman diagrams. I'll just briefly
remind you that they are depictions of processes that occur in space and time, and they come with equations. So they are a dictionary for translating images, stories of how things evolve into calculations, and they're very, very powerful tools for that. They enable different parts of our brain to communicate efficiently. And this is the first one. You have electrons, and one electron influences another by exchanging a photon through an electromagnetic field, or in quantum mechanics, a photon. So Feynman diagrams explain fundamental interactions among particles as due to emission and absorption of other particles. That's what they do. So the fundamental ingredients of all our theories of nature based on Feynman diagrams, or more formally quantum field theory, are built up from objects called vertices connected by particle lines. So, and this is a vertex, in case you don't know that word, vertex. And you see, it's just vertices and lines, and there's only a very few kinds of vertices and a very few kinds of lines for the different particles. Now, that's the way Feynman intuited what was going on. He thought of particles exchanging influence by other quantum particles. But at the level of cartoons, it's also possible to draw something else. Bubbles, like this, where nothing is being exchanged, but if you think about what's happening here in time, you have a particle and an antiparticle suddenly coming into existence for a brief amount of time, then realizing they don't have enough energy to exist, so they come back together and annihilate. This is another representation of the kind of spontaneous activity that I showed you, but this is a particle version, not a field version. So in this, we call these virtual particles. They come to be and pass away. Now, when I showed you the original Feynman diagram, even though it was embedded in space, you didn't see a lot of bubbles around it. That's because you get correct answers for the processes depicted in Feynman diagrams by following the rules and just ignoring the disconnected bubbles. They just represent space doing its thing without influencing the process of interest, is the way to interpret that rather tricky theorem in words. So what's actually going on in space and time is perhaps these bubbles with lots of fluctuations, but Feynman said, well, it didn't want those, didn't think he needed them, so you do a much better, simple calculation by just throwing them away. So he thought, when he first invented Feynman diagrams, that they were unphysical. They didn't have a simple, intuitive explanation like the rest of his technique. So he didn't need them, and the process they represent seems bizarre. And so he explained, and now I'm going to try to channel Feynman, space doesn't weigh anything because there's nothing there. And he was extremely excited. He was really, reliving the past, obviously, because this was a very exciting realization to him. Way back in the 1940s or early 1950s, he was already thinking about this problem before most people realized that it was a problem, and he thought he had solved it. He thought he was doing something different with his diagrams and much better than conventional theory. Then, after this excitement, he got really wistful. He got really, because it didn't work. There are bubbles within. Once he started thinking about more complicated processes than that simple process where an electron deflects another electron, he realized that the bubbles are real. For instance, when they're inside of things. So for instance, this one is an electron and a positron becoming a photon. The photon gets modified by this bubble, and to get the right answer, you have to include that modification. That effect is called vacuum polarization, because the vacuum, empty space, is getting structure, which is changing the properties of other particles, in this case photons. So to be consistent theoretically, it's necessary to include those internal bubbles also, and Feynman didn't care really about being consistent theoretically. He wanted to have he was always ready to make a new theory, but decisive thing was that the answer with the bubbles agrees with experiment, and without it, not. Sadly, for this business of empty space not weighing anything, it's not for us to decide what things weigh, it's for gravity. Gravitational fields, or particles that are called gravitons at the quantum level. And you can draw the same kind of effect that we need for photons also for gravitons, like this. So these bubbles do influence gravity, and when you translate the meaning of this Feynman diagram, it means that empty space does weigh, in fact, in exactly the same way as in the conventional theory. And that's more general. Feynman discovered, as he worked out more and more processes, that his technique reproduced the answers that the conventional theory gives, although much more easy to calculate and visualize. So it was a great contribution to physics, because the diagrams give us powerful new ways to visualize, to think, and to calculate about fundamental processes and also complicated processes. So the coda to this memorable interaction was that for photons, the effect of vacuum polarization is small quantitatively, so it's conceptually very important. But as a quantitative correction, it's a very small correction. However, for colored gluons, the things that are to the strong force what photons are to the electromagnetic force, the corresponding effect is large and profoundly important to the way our theory of QCD, of quarks and gluons, and the strong interaction works. Because the vacuum polarization weakens the influence of gluons at short distances and enhances it at larger distances. This is called asymptotic freedom and was the property that enabled us to get the theory of the strong nuclear force in detail. Also, it changed my life, since I calculated that. And I reminded Feynman about that it had changed my life, and I told him I was extremely grateful, and that we're all indebted to him for the tools he gave us. And then that's when he said, "Yeah, I guess it turned out pretty good," he said, and smiled. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wilczek. What a wonderful set of stories. Our next speaker is George Zweig. Professor Zweig is a theoretical physicist. He earned his PhD in Caltech in '64, and Richard Feynman was his doctoral advisor. While working in CERN, George Zweig predicted the existence of the fundamental particles which we know now as quarks. He dubbed them aces after the 4 playing cards, which I think is pretty cool. Imagine that we will have fundamental particles called aces. Apart from his work in fundamental particle physics, he's also known for his work in neurobiology, actually, very interesting. So he studied the transduction of sound into the nerve impulses and how the brain maps the sound into special areas of the cerebral cortex. So, Professor Zweig.
Could we get the picture that I see here on the screen? Oh, very good. Thank you. I have to rearrange things. Give me a second. Whoops. Come on. There's a problem. My screen is, there we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Well, when I got to Caltech, Feynman and Gell-Mann were the prominent particle theorists. Every Tuesday, we would have the theory seminar. And on this particular occasion that I'm going to describe to you, we had a rather well-known theorist. His name was Marshall Baker, and he was a collaborator with another professor. And during that talk, which took place in a very small room, not like this one, very tiny room, and the seats were sloped upward like bleachers, so there was enough room for the people. So on this particular occasion, Feynman and Gell-Mann walked in through the door and they sat in the front row. And the seats were these drop-leaf chairs with the paddles that you could raise up so that you had something to write on. And Murray, that's Murray Gell-Mann, and Richard Feynman were sort of squeezed into their chairs. And the lecture started. The lesser luminaries, like the students and other professors, they sat up in the bleachers behind Feynman and Gell-Mann. In any case, as soon as the speaker started talking, Murray reached under the chair and pulled out the New York Times and snapped it open. The speaker was just right there, 3 feet away, looking at the other side of the paper. And Murray, I think, sort of started to read or was pretending to read. And we had seen this all before. After about a minute, Feynman leans over to Gell-Mann and he says, "Is this guy smart?" Now, Feynman talked in a hushed tone, but it was a small room, and everybody in the room heard the question, including the speaker on the other side of the newspaper. Now, the routine was this. If Murray went like this, Feynman would shut up because he knew it was no sense asking questions. But if Murray went like this, then Feynman asked questions. On this occasion, Murray goes like this. So Feynman starts asking one question after the other and is very unsatisfied with the answers. And I forgot something. I forgot to tell you that when Murray went like this, everybody in the room knew what the answer to Murray's question was, except for the speaker. So the speaker was left there wondering as Feynman launched into his questions. What we didn't know was that Marshall Baker would start to stutter as he got more and more nervous. And as Feynman was asking one question after the other, Marshall Baker he stuttered, until eventually his stutter went into like an infinite loop. And Feynman slams his hand down on the paddle and he says, "God damn it, I can't get a straight answer out of this guy." And he stands up and he walks out of the room. So if you're a theory graduate student and you're wondering if you can measure up and if you can handle these things, this kind of stuff was sobering business. But what I really wanted to tell you about was about Feynman's hero Dirac and why he admired him so much and what kind of physics Feynman practiced, how he believed theory really should be done, and then compare it with other methods. Feynman admired Dirac because Dirac was able to invent something out of thin air. In looking at non-relativistic quantum mechanics, which is what Dirac had when he finally came into the field, he came in 3 or 4 years after Schrödinger and and Heisenberg. When Feynman looked, when Dirac looked at it, he thought that the theory, since it was non-relativistic, had to be made consistent with the theory of special relativity. And for a reason that's impossible to imagine, he just dreamt up the equation that is now relativistically invariant, a quantum mechanical equation that governed the behavior of the propagation of electrons. And the thing that was really wonderful about it was that in order to understand the equation, because the equation had more parts than he needed to describe the electron, it had other parts that must be describing something else. And he realized that he had predicted the existence of another kind of particle. For the electron, there has to be another particle called the positron. Now, at the time, he understood that, but there weren't other positive particles around to couple with the electron. So he actually thought it was the proton. And he was asked later on, well, because the problem with the proton was that the antiparticle of the electron was supposed to have the same mass as the electron. It's supposed to be the same kind of particle, just opposite charge. And here the proton was much heavier. And he confessed at a later stage that he just didn't have the guts to propose the existence of a new particle, which has become, of course, rather passé. Now, Dirac also had a different formulation of quantum mechanics. Feynman thought that it was important to have many different formulations of quantum mechanics, all of which, if you use them, would compute and give the same answer. But when the day came when quantum mechanics would fail, then one of these theories would be more appropriate for the extension of quantum mechanics than another. And so Dirac developed a way of formulating quantum mechanics which allowed you very simply to see that the classical theory was just the limit of quantum mechanical theories as the parameter h bar goes to 0, or as the masses become large. In any case, it involved using a description that Lagrange had developed when he found other formulations of classical mechanics. And Feynman was very, I think, affected by this formulation, which was not complete. You really couldn't do, for example, quantum field theory calculations using Dirac's formulation. And so he extended Dirac's method and created a formulation of quantum mechanics which is rather beautiful and is really more appropriate as something to identify the title of this conference, which is All Possible Paths. See, if you throw a ball from one person to the other, then if you look at it classically, the path is clear. If you look at it quantum mechanically, well, you can't be quite sure exactly where it was all the time because you have to make measurements of it, and those measurements are going to affect its position. So Feynman developed a way which allowed you to think that if I'm throwing the ball from me to you, it actually goes every possible way. It's just that most of those ways are just very, very unlikely. And in order to figure out what the most probable path is, or the one that you will see, he used methods of assigning numbers to these paths and developed ways of not adding up numbers but adding up paths to get the final path. Now, here I have a picture that he drew of Dirac. He told me that he wanted to draw faces because faces are the hardest things to draw. He said people really know what faces look like, and if you don't get it right, they'll really understand it right away. In any case, this is a picture of Dirac. Dirac at one point actually came to visit us, and we had lunch with him. And depending upon the time, I will or will not tell you about that lunch. Now, I wanted to play for you a lecture that Feynman gave at Cornell in 1964, which talks about how it comes that you create theories. And let me start it here. I'm starting it in the middle. It runs for 1 minute. And I hope this is loud enough. So let me just make sure that I have the... You're going to make it loud for me? Yep. Okay, here we go. It's not loud.
Let me just do this.
Yeah, well, pardon me? It's not loud. Just a second, I want to try to, I think I need 1632, and I got it. Okay, let's try it again. You got to watch this guy. He has such charisma. There's just such passion. There's emotion. He's got his whole body and everything. It's absolutely incredible. Here we go. Come on. All right, let's try again. No. You got to set the clock back. I don't know how we're going to do this. No, thanks. I just want sound.
Infinite to be a difficulty producing infinities. Okay, now that's the present situation. Now I'm going to discuss how we would look for a new law. In general, we look for a new law by the following process. First, we guess it. Then we well, don't laugh, that's really true. Then we compute the consequences of the guess to see what, if this is right, if this law that we guessed is right, we see what it would imply. And then we compare those computation results to nature, or we say compare to experiment or experience. Compare it directly with observation to see if it works. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. And that simple statement is the key to science. It doesn't make a difference how beautiful your guess is. It doesn't make a difference how smart you are, who made the guess, or what his name is. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. That's all there is to it. It's true, however, that one has to check a little bit to make sure that it's wrong, because someone who did the experiment may have reported incorrectly, or there may have been some feature in the experiment that wasn't noticed, like some kind of dirt and so on. That's an obvious check. Furthermore, the man who computed the consequences, even it may have been the same one who made the guesses, may have made some mistake in the analysis. Those are obvious remarks. So when I say if it disagrees with the experiment, it's wrong, I mean after the experiment has been checked, the calculations have been checked, and the thing has been rubbed back and forth a few times to make sure that the consequences are logical consequences from the guess, and that in fact it disagrees with a very carefully checked experiment.
Okay. Now, Feynman tells us that you make the guess, and that's certainly what Dirac did. But that's very unusual. And in a way, it's very misleading. And I want to say a few words about that because there are young people over here that may want to make their own guess. And the question is, how do you make the guess? In these lectures, which Feynman gave at Cornell, it's the last of what are called the messenger lectures, he actually talks about how theorists should make the guess. And he never once mentions experiment. Now, if you really look at the history of physics, experiment comes not just like he says at the end where you see if the theory is right. It comes both at the beginning and at the end. Now, if you look at Planck and black body radiation and the quantization of that radiation, that came from measurement. If you look at Rutherford's theory of the atom, that came from his scattering of helium particles off of gold and finding that the particles were coming right back at him, whereas they should have just been continuing with small deflections. If you look at Bohr's theory of the atom, the quantization of the orbits and the spectral lines that result, all of that comes from just looking over data and understanding it. And even if you look at Feynman's theory of the weak interactions, the V minus A theory, which I think, which he said to me was the thing that he did in his life that he was most proud of, because it really wasn't a way of calculating. It was a way of describing something which actually happened in reality. If you look at that paper, it actually derives from measurements that showed that you had violation of parity. And so, you know, looking at the work that Dirac did with the electron and imagining what that equation would be if the particle would be massless, like they thought the neutrino was at that time, and imagining that parity is violated, you're sort of led to what, in fact, he did. Now, one of the reasons he disliked experiment so much was because when he actually proposed the V minus A theory, it agreed with all the disagreed with all the experiments. Well, let me end on a lighter note, which is a lunch that we had with Dirac when he came to visit. This was in the middle 1970s. We took Dirac out to the Athenaeum, which was a fancy club that Millikan had built at Caltech to entertain wealthy donors. And they required in those days that you wear a coat and a tie. Now, Feynman doesn't usually wear coats and ties. He has white shirt, pressed slacks, and hush puppy shoes. That's his standard outfit. Murray Gell-Mann, he has a nice sports coat, a tweed coat, a little tie, very, very proper. Dirac is immaculate. I mean, he's got a suit, he's really elegant. And another person that was there was a man called Roger Dashin, who was a brilliant, I think at that time he was assistant professor. He then went on to the Institute for Advanced Studies. But in any case, Roger was a state wrestling champion of Montana, and he was built like a barrel. It was really amazing. So for people like us that didn't have coats and ties, the Athenaeum had a special room where you could go and you could pick your coat and your tie. Feynman went in there, and I don't know how he did it. He has great abilities. He finds this necktie, which had a series of women that were in these very, very scanty bathing suits that were jumping off the high board one after the other. And so they're just going all the way down. Roger Dashin couldn't find a jacket that fit. So he had this jacket like this. And we sat down and we had a lunch at the Athenaeum. And it was rather touching to see Feynman there with his hero. For some reason, Feynman didn't say much. He was very quiet. Dirac said nothing. And Murray did all the talking. But in any case, I must say that I was just very fortunate to be at Caltech at the time that it was, and that almost quite by accident, Feynman became my thesis advisor. And from him, I think I developed much of what I might call my superego, at least when it comes to the work that I do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Swee. Our next speaker is Professor Cartwright. Thomas Cartwright is a professor at the University of Miami. He did his PhD also at Caltech in 1977 under Richard Feynman. Professor Cartwright is famous for his work in particle physics and mathematical physics, actually, notably in supercurrent anomalous and higher spin fields. We have Cartwright fields now, and also quantum algebra. He's also quite famous for his books on quantum mechanics. So let us all welcome Professor Cartwright.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and to give this talk. Can you hear me? Yeah, I want to describe just some memories I have of Richard Feynman. For a long time, I didn't realize that when I thought about Feynman, I had some strong emotions, but I do, as do many other people. And one reason for that may be that something I hadn't really realized is that my first memories of him, my first vivid memories, go all the way back to 1969, which is a couple of years before I actually met him. And curiously enough, the earliest of these memories, as it says here, was provided by my mother. Now, don't let your imaginations run away with you on this. Let's keep this in perspective. I suspect one of the reasons I'm here, well, I'm going to talk about these three things. First, Feynman as a thesis advisor, what he was like for me, which may have been very different than, say, from George. And then I'll say some things about Feynman as a myth, or as a character in various myths. And then finally, a few words about how Feynman appears in anecdotes. Most of them were self-generated. So as a thesis advisor, as the previous speaker showed you, he's sort of at the top of the pyramid of Feynman students, and that he's the most well-known and accomplished, having invented the ACE model. And I'm kind of at the farther down on the ladder of this pyramid of students, or I'm farther down and maybe all the way to the bottom. But in any case, to me, Feynman was the quintessential scientist who embodied academic freedom or intellectual independence and scientific integrity. He was a prime example for me. And he was also the prime example of a brilliant physicist. I thought of him more in that context than, say, Dirac, just probably because he was more animated about the way he expressed his theories. And of course, when I say this, I'm sure there are a lot of other people who can say the same thing. I'm not special in any way when it comes to this. When it comes to the first of these attributes, this academic freedom and intellectual independence and integrity, I think it's sort of fairly straightforward how you should try to live up to those qualities, although it may be difficult in practice. On the other hand, if you were to try to aspire to be a brilliant physicist like Feynman, that's not so obvious how to go about it. There's no single path to that goal. And so you can't really adopt someone else's path. It's not guaranteed to work. Of course, Feynman probably sampled all paths to get to his level as a brilliant scientist. So when I was a student, I tried not to think so much about Feynman's brilliance and how he got to be that way. I tried instead just to work hard on the problems that were interesting to me, and see what path that would lead to. And I was surprised that Feynman approved of this approach to doing physics. When I was a student, at least, he didn't assign thesis problems. He didn't assign to me a thesis problem. He let me do my own thing, and he encouraged me to do that. And I didn't co-author a paper with him. There are several people here at this meeting who did and could probably describe more accurately how he went about doing research. But nevertheless, he was always available to answer questions and to help you along if you had any difficulties in your research. He was more than happy to make suggestions about how to do it, or he was more than happy to criticize you if he thought you were doing something wrong. His favorite expression in this case was, "I smell a rat." And that's all too familiar. If you've heard it from Feynman once, if he told you just once, "I smell a rat," that was more than enough. And anyway, he certainly didn't dictate what to do or solve your problems for you. So in retrospect, given the way that he let me work on my own and do my own thing, I think he was an excellent thesis advisor. That certainly beats the situation where a thesis is produced by the thesis advisor under extremely trying circumstances. And so it worked out for me. Just for your amusement, I clipped this little excerpt from my thesis examination papers. And it has to be the most succinct summary of several years of my life that I can think of. You know, I don't know whether you can read. The candidate was examined in the following manner. And you can imagine Feynman just saying this orally. And the result was passed. Anyway, that made me feel good about that. He was also an excellent advisor in that he did support you when you were later looking for a job, or maybe just wanted to get you out of his hair. But he wrote he was willing to write letters of recommendation. Here's an excerpt from one. It's okay, so if you doubt that he was my thesis advisor, these are his words. And the point is not really so much what he says in this particular excerpt, but the fact that he was willing to write a letter for the students and to help them later after they escaped the reach of justice and became employed somewhere else. There is one thing in this, however. He mentions parton models. He says that I discussed with him particularly examples from parton theory. Yeah, he wasn't big on spelling either. The first paper that I actually published was with two other people, Jeffrey Mandula and Finn Ravindal. Finn was a student of Feynman's who worked closely with him on some problems and would have been an excellent speaker to tell you how Feynman went about trying to do research. And so I worked on this, although at the time I wasn't officially Feynman's student in it, and he didn't assign me this problem in any way. This just came about from discussions with these other two gentlemen. I can vividly remember Feynman in a discussion we had in the conference room in Laureate's laboratory. He would write down what he thought was a perfectly reasonable, clear statement about what the parton model was, and then we would scratch our heads and argue with him for 20 minutes that what he said made no sense whatsoever. And we tried to write down a more precise statement in terms of field theory operators. He didn't really like that approach. I think it took away from the insight or the intuitive approach that he thought was the essence of the parton model. And so he didn't join in to become a co-author of that paper. And probably that's why in the intervening 40-some years it has one citation. But in any case, then after that I became his official student, mostly because these other two collaborators left town. And since he knew about this work that I'd done on the parton model, he was willing to let me spend more time in the boot camp of physics. So one thing I learned early on is if you wanted the source of problems or if you wanted to know what was going on in contemporary physics, you listened to Murray Gell-Mann more than you listened to Feynman. Murray kept his eyes open about what other people were doing. And so Murray gave these weekly seminars about what was going on in physics, and he talked about supersymmetry. So I latched onto that and figured out some things to do to get my thesis. And as it says here, Feynman didn't really get engaged in that. He was interested in the problems or the ideas of supersymmetry, but as far as I can tell, he didn't work directly on them. And it's probably a good thing because he would have quickly done the work that I did and I wouldn't have had anything to do. But anyway, rather than talk about my work on supersymmetry or what Feynman liked about it, I want to go back to something I said at the very beginning of this talk, and that is that I said George is at the top of the pyramid of Feynman students. There are a lot of people who for many years would have disagreed with that analogy. They would have argued that many people thought that Feynman had very few PhD students. And so there were hardly enough in some people's minds to actually build a pyramid of students. This is a Feynman myth, and it happens to be a myth which is false. So just to set the record straight on that. Feynman is myth. Well, as you all know, he was a great teller of stories, especially about himself. He was sometimes criticized, in particular by Murray Gell-Mann, for propagating these myths about himself through these anecdotes. But if you look at it, in fact, some of this myth that was created by Feynman when he told these stories, or didn't tell these stories, these myths were created by his contemporaries, by his colleagues, or even by some of his biographers, because they didn't sit down and carefully check through the facts. So this myth that he had very few students is something that was promulgated, I think, by at least two of his biographies, James Gleick's biography on genius and Mehra's biography about to the beat of a different drummer. And their take on all this was that Feynman didn't have very many students, only a handful. This is consistent with other things that say Mark Keat said about Feynman. Feynman was described as a magician by a lot of people, including Mark Keat. And as it says here, it's difficult with magicians. Even after we understand what they've done, the process by which they've done it is completely dark. They seldom, if ever, have students, my emphasis. And then he described Richard Feynman as a magician of the highest caliber, which I assume meant he had few, if any, students. But as near as I can tell where this myth came from is, if you looked at interviews that Feynman gave, he was actually quite critical about his ability to teach. This is true even in the preface to the Feynman lectures, I believe. He often says that he didn't do well when it came to teaching the students. And I think he felt the same way about graduate students. So he felt like there weren't many, if any, that he had actually positively influenced. And probably the fact that he didn't remember names also contributed to the fact that people thought he didn't have many students. In any case, if you actually had gone, if any of the biographers had actually gone to the Caltech library and looked at the shelves that at that time contained the bound volumes of all the doctoral dissertations that had been written, they could have seen how many of those attributed in some level Feynman's influence as an advisor. So someone did this and dug up, now you can do it by going online, so you don't have to actually visit the library. And it turns out that there are over 30 students that you could legitimately consider to be Feynman students, Feynman doctoral students. And here's the list, so you could make a pyramid of students if you wanted to. George is in there somewhere. Oh yeah, second column, 4 names down, and I'm down at the bottom of the heap, at least as far as this chronological list here. Okay, so let me move on to maybe some other myths that or at least one other myth that you could attribute more to Feynman creating this myth. In my opinion, he would occasionally do things that seemed to be solely for the purpose of producing an interesting story about himself. And he had considerable skill to do that. That was before the internet. So if you wanted to look back into the 1960s, say, or early 1970s, if you wanted to judge the impact of what these anecdotes that he generated had, you'd best look at newspaper archives. So if you want to compare the impact of, in particular, one anecdote, you can look at the newspaper archives from that time. So I'll go through 3 examples. And you can try to guess, well, first you can guess what they are, and then I'll tell you. It's interesting to compare legitimately interesting or newsworthy events involving physicists to some less newsworthy anecdote that Feynman managed to promulgate. Okay, so for example, if you look at newspaper articles about Feynman in 1965, it kind of looks like an electoral map at a US election. And it looks like he carried several states. Every state picked up on news articles in this particular year, about the news articles about Feynman. There were approximately 1,000 articles distributed among the states in this color-coded graphic. It's pretty easy, I think, in this case to guess what the issue was. These are mostly articles about Feynman winning a Nobel Prize in Physics, which came out in October of 1965. Now, at that time, I must say I didn't really pay attention to these things. I wasn't aware that Feynman won a Nobel Prize. I was still in high school and trying to behave myself, unlike some other people that you might have heard of recently. And so I don't really remember that Feynman won a Nobel Prize. But 4 years later, there's another set of newspaper articles, this time about Murray Gell-Mann in 1969. And I'm sure you can guess what this is about. Comparable number of news stories, although it's curious, if you look at Murray's case, and when he ran for the election, he didn't carry the states of Idaho or Maine, but everything else seemed to fall in place. And as you might have guessed, these are articles about his winning a Nobel Prize in Physics. At that time, I was no longer in high school, I was in college, and I did pay attention to this. I was still trying to behave, but I still noticed this. I do remember hearing about Murray winning a Nobel Prize, and that was one of the things that persuaded me to go to Caltech, to go to graduate school. Okay, but when Feynman ran for a second term 4 years later, in 1969, he didn't do as well. He didn't carry a few more states this time. The scale is slightly different. There's a factor of 4 in the scale for this graphic and the previous one in 1965. But he did have a big impact. There was a substantial amount of newspaper coverage for something that Feynman had done in 1969. And it's interesting that a newspaper article appeared on 8th of November in 1969, and that was 9 days after Murray won the Nobel Prize. You might wonder about the timing. And this particular article involved Giannone's Steakhouse and Bar in Altadena. Feynman had testified in a trial on behalf of Giannone's. And certainly this is a story which he cultivated, in which he took some direct action to propagate this myth, this anecdote. The article appeared in the LA Times on the 8th of November and circulated by distributed by the Associated Press and appeared in various national and local newspapers. I don't want to get into the details of what the trial was about, but I think it's fair to say that Feynman, in his testimony, he displayed both his passion for physics and his emotion about art, and simultaneously frustrated the prosecution in that trial. You might call this an interdisciplinary testimony. As I said, I think it's curious the timing of this self-propagated anecdote, but I'll let you decide whether it was just a coincidence or not. I have yet to find a biographer, either Gleich, say, or Mera, who considers this. In fact, if you look at Gleich's book, well, he gets the name of the restaurant wrong, but that's not such a big deal. But more importantly, he misses the date. He attributes the trial, he says the trial is in 1968 instead of 1969. So he totally missed the possible correlation of this event with the other Nobel Prize announcement. Anyway, since it was distributed nationally on the news services, it appeared in several newspapers in Missouri where my family lived. And here are two samples. One is in the Kansas City Times and the other is in the Springfield News Leader. You can't quite read the one it's clipped in the Kansas City Times, which is just as well. The one in the Springfield News, you can read that Nobel Prize winning physicist Richard Feynman says some figures relax the mind more than others. And then he went on to say that, well, when he got tired of looking at math equations, he studied these other figures. You must remember that at this point, Feynman was a fairly accomplished artist. He had been sketching and painting for a few years, and he was quite good, well, compared to most people. So he was always sketching something. So I can imagine that when he turned from his equations, he could easily find something to sketch at Gianone's steakhouse. In fact, I noticed when I was taking my thesis defense that he also got tired of my equations and he was sketching something on his paper pad during that examination. Okay, I actually didn't notice this. When this article came out, I wasn't aware of this. I missed it entirely because I was reading boring physics books. But my mother noticed this article. And she clipped one of these newspaper accounts and she sent it to me without making any comments. And that's my first recollection I have about Feynman. And just to make it clear, my mother never met Feynman and she never went to Gianone's. But she did know, because I told her that about the Murray's Nobel Prize, that I was thinking of going to graduate school at Caltech. To this day, I really don't know whether she sent me that article as encouragement to go to Caltech or as a warning. But either way, it all worked out, and it allowed me to have the pleasure of telling you about my memories of Richard Feynman. So thank you.
Thank you, Professor Cartwright. So our next speaker is Professor Maria Spirapoulou. She's an experimental physicist, professor of physics at Caltech. She worked for 10 years at Tevatron Collider experiments at the Fermilab in Chicago, and for 13 years at CERN's Large Hadron Collider, actually leading the search for new particles and including the work on discovery of the Higgs boson. Professor Spirapoulou is famous for her method of double-blind data analysis method, which she applied to search for the evidence of supersymmetry. And she also is famous for developing a method of actually new, quite novel razor framework for discovery and characterization of new physics. So, Professor Spirapoulou, let's welcome.
Thank you very much. Let me find my mic. So I wasn't born when Feynman got the Nobel Prize, but I was about to get born when he was at Genones in the trial, if the year was 69, just after Murray got his Nobel Prize, and I was not a Caltech alumni. I'd never met Feynman. There is here many people who worked with Feynman are Caltech alumni. Can people raise their hands? Rick Field worked with Feynman. Pierre was at Caltech. Can people who are Caltech alumni here raise their hands? There we are, all of them. I was nothing of that. I was absolutely nothing of that. And I studied particle physics, so I learned how to solve Feynman diagrams, and when I went to grad school, everybody was talking Feynman language. I'm very happy to be here. I think I'm here because I don't know why I'm here. Maybe Lars can tell me. Here is all my possible paths, not so many, but if you integrate over all of these paths, it tells you that I'm an experimentalist. I build detectors, I take data, I work underground, 10 years at the Tevatron at Fermilab, 10 years at the Large Hadron Collider, building the compact muon solenoid. A lot of Feynman diagrams are happening in these machines. I found that the CERN library, the thesis, Feynman's thesis, Principles of Least Action in Quantum Mechanics. George talked to you all about this. I don't have to say anything, except to say that it led to a reformulation of quantum mechanics because Feynman himself said that he couldn't understand quantum mechanics, the quantum theory, so he needed to rebuild it himself in an approach that it was highly visualizable. Particles in space-time go from here to here, from A to B, different kind of paths. You take probabilities, you weigh them, you make the amplitude, and then you know how this process goes on. It was brilliant, and it was visual. People before that, they couldn't visualize those Feynman diagrams, which his thesis was the beginning of. There it is. It was totally revolutionary at the time. I think Heisenberg and Bohr, they couldn't talk about visualization of anything. They said quantum mechanics is esoteric, it cannot be visualized, forget about it. Feynman countered that with the path integral formulation. And together with a few other people, there were only a few scientists, Einstein, Feynman, and a few others, that became such legends and myths that they went into the commercials of Apple. And on the side you see the article by Frank Wilczek on how Feynman diagrams saved, almost saved space, and I urge you to talk to him about that. You know this, they got the Nobel Prize in 1965 for fundamental work in quantum electrodynamics. This is from the Nobel Foundation, and you see that of the three of them, obviously, you can say that Feynman is the most mischievous in some way. Just the eyes and the pose, everything. All right, but I want to, since I don't have stories, Feynman stories, other than the nightmares of me learning quantum field theory from Sidney Coleman, and he was saying it is a moment's work to go from here to here, and usually it was taking me a week. So that was nightmare. However, what I want to talk to you about is something about the universe, something about the small and the big, and how it dovetails in terms of quantum, and how we come to believe that the universe is quantum and complex in manifestation and source, including the empty space, including the nothing that Frank was talking about, the vacuum, and possibly space-time itself, as Robert, I'm sure, will discuss tomorrow. And there is a little quote. I don't have quotes from Feynman. I used to learn Feynman quotes when I was in high school and recite them and try to make the New York accent. It didn't work. But I want to read you this. Everybody knows, but you've got to stop and think about it to really get the pleasure about the complexity, the inconceivable nature of nature. And I think this captures a lot about the way he was introspective and intuitive and thinking deep about nature. This was in 1983, so a few years before he passed away. This is the big and the small that I wanted to talk about. On the right side, you see cloud chamber diagrams from CERN. On the left side, you see the embrace with the cosmos, with the large. And by the way, this is a true story at CERN. Somebody showed a diagram like that of particles in such a chamber. And Feynman, after looking at it, he told them that they have forgotten some screwdriver in the thing, and so the experimentalists went back and they found it. So he was, I'm not sure if he liked the experimentalists or not, but he had, as far as I understand from what I have read and for how he was interacting with the experimentalists, he liked to know what we were learning, and he liked to interpret it, and he liked to have new ideas about it, and sometimes he liked to know before we knew. And I'm going to go on this, from this picture of the small and the big, I'm going to start with the big, because Feynman didn't write a cosmology paper at all, but Frank told you that he was thinking he knew about the empty space. He thought that he had figured that out. At that time, there was cosmology and astronomy had huge errors, and they were not understanding. You know, we were not understanding the universe the way we understand it now. The picture I have here is a little picture on the back, which shows the microwave fluctuations on the thermal fluctuations on the sky. And it's from 3 different experiments. The first one is from Kobe, 1989, a few years after Feynman died. This type of measurement gave us the answer about the composition of the universe in terms of dark matter, dark energy, and gave us some understanding about parameters of the universe more than the Hubble constant and whether the universe is going to accelerate or not accelerate. It gave us the time that we have a 14 billion years universe. It gave us a lot of information about the universe. And this measurement of these fluctuations, which start from your left to the right, from Kobe all the way to the Planck satellite, they use bolometers with exquisite precision so that you can measure these fluctuations, and these are the seeds of the structural formation in the universe, of the galaxies and the stars and everything that formed. And these are the seeds of the gravitational quantum fluctuations from the Big Bang. So this is measurements that Feynman has not seen, the results he has not seen. I think if he was here today, he would be thinking about this and helping us with his intuition. Again, the picture is the 380,000 years old universe. So 380,000 years after 380,000 years old universe. Now, I want to say something about the instruments. I talked to you about the bolometers. The bolometers on the left, there were huge, big temperature, let's say, temperature takers like thermistors, which became, as we progressed from the experiment that was in a balloon, they became progressively, they went into missions in space, and they became progressively more and more precise by using technologies that are superconducting technologies, and by collaborating the antenna on the, putting it on a chip, and collaborating with superconducting technologies of transistors, of edge transistor detectors, extremely precise detectors, which, by the way, now we are using for quantum computation developments. On the middle is the MAP satellite, the WMAP satellite, which was the intermediate picture that I showed you from the afterbirth of the quantum fluctuations of of the Big Bang. And on the right, on the far right, is the Planck satellite, which has made the most precise measurements so far. And you can see the different kind of instruments within the Planck satellite for the high resolution imaging that we saw before. Now, if we take the data from this type of experiments and we do some sort of a Fourier transformation in terms of the angles, we get the analysis of the data, and the dots are the data, and the line is the so-called lambda CDM model. And you don't draw the line on top of the data, but the line is the theory, and the data is tracking the theory pretty well for this lambda CDM, the standard model of cosmology, except perhaps down here. So we do have a standard model of cosmology, which is telling us that right now, this is all the blue stuff is stuff we don't know, because it is what we call the dark energy of the universe, which was measured at the sunset of the 20th century by supernova, looking at how by looking explosions of stars, you look how galaxies go farther away from each other. And then these experiments followed on the 21st century, and we found out that we have the largest part of the universe is this dark energy, the pressure, a gravitational pressure that is pressuring the galaxies, the space-time, to go out. And another 5/6 of the matter of the universe is the so-called dark matter. This wasn't the case at the 380,000-year-old universe. At that time, there was photons, there was baryons, there was dark matter, but there was not this amount of dark energy. So the dark energy is our expanding accelerated universe is filled, every cubic centimeter of new space-time that we create is filled with this type of energy. And this is a problem that we don't understand how to solve. We do describe it both in terms of the genesis of the universe in the Big Bang theory and inflation in the context of quantum field theories, but we think that it might be connected in some way with the Higgs. And now I'm showing you in this evolution of the universe, this was the 380,000-year-old universe, and this is when things are happening with the first cosmic event that we have is the so-called electroweak phase transition, or the Higgs event is happening. The particles get mass, so the universe becomes from the inflating space-time and massless, it actually gets mass. So this is the first cosmic event in the history of the universe at 10⁻11 seconds. Then, what is happening is we're going here to the cosmos, and in here, in between here, quarks, gluons, and nuclear physics particles is happening. This is what astronomers and cosmologists call the quarks to the cosmos, the development of a coherent framework within the lambda CDM, that you go from a soup of quarks and gluons and dark matter into the structure that we have today in the universe. And why am I showing this? I'm showing this because all these quarks and gluons at that time, even in the 70s, especially for the contents of the protons and the scattering of particles with protons, electron protons or proton protons, was the topic that Feynman was very much interested. He talked about this at CERN a lot, and he talked about the different kind of scales where these processes are taking place, and he was interested in looking at these processes all the way to the high scales. And speaking of scales, one of the questions we have one of the big questions we have about the universe is how do we connect these scales that we have? The scale of the Big Bang with the scale of the edge of the universe, or the Hubble scale here with the Planck scale here in terms, if I describe it in meters. We know the scales, we have probed with quantum field theory, the scales of the standard model here, where the tevatron the LHCs, all of the particle physics is here. We understand the scale of the neutrinos, which were very surprising when we found out that they have mass. You saw that in the museum, by the way. It's a beautiful set of, at the end of the exhibit, where all the current discoveries are being mentioned. And physicists are trying to figure out how to connect all these energy scales in between, or mass scales, or length scales, or temperature scales, however you want to translate this same thing. How are they really connected, and why the universe is so big if we only have physics that we understand here? So this is a big question, and the big question that I mentioned before about the dark energy, about the dark matter, other than the dark energy that pressures the space-time out, dark matter was discovered 70 years ago and then rediscovered 50 years ago, and it was, we discovered that for the stars and galaxies to stay together, or for the galaxies in clusters of galaxies to stay together, there is extra gravity from somewhere. Otherwise, with Newtonian mechanics, they would fly apart and the universe would not be as we find it now. With huge simulations, we have, let's see if I can make this work. With huge simulations in supercomputers, both in Europe and across the world, actually, we have simulated, actually, at the large scale, how the dark matter tracks the normal matter. On the right, we have gases, and wherever you have a flare, and red is the seed of a galaxy and structure formation. And on the left, you see how well dark matter is tracking matter. It's almost like the dark matter is the scaffolding on which matter goes and sits. So the consideration of the gravitational interactions of dark matter, which there is no other interactions that we have figured out that exist, the dark matter is connected to us through, other than gravity, is very peculiar. And if it's only gravity or space-time that is causing dark matter, it is giving us a pause on how we think about these things. Now, again, this lecture you got from Frank, it was the first lecture. This is the vacuum. We try to connect the vacuum with the Higgs field. If we try to do this, if we said that the Higgs field is the source of the quantum vacuum, then we get calculated results that they are 120 orders of magnitude off. It's nonsense. It doesn't make any sense. This is some, if we put supersymmetry, which is protecting the Higgs mass that we found, we get something like 60 orders of magnitude off. So there is something here with dark matter and dark energy in terms of how we consider them in the full picture of the universe, together with the standard model, that is fishy, shall we say. We talked about this picture, and I wanted to say that accelerator physics, particle physics rather, started from cosmic rays and then from small accelerators. There was one, the 11-inch small, the 4-inch small cyclotron at Berkeley, $25, Scotch tape, brass, sealing wax, etc. And you could literally hold it on one hand. Cost $25. LHC cost about, depending on how you count, it's $1 billion project. It's about as much as the Parthenon would cost with inflation. So I think it's not so expensive. So we talked about quantum field theory. I want to re-mention quantum field theory because it's the language not only of particle physics, but also of condensed matter physics. We talked about how, quantum field theory, the importance of how you generalize quantum mechanics such that with quantum fields, you get the quantum mechanical behavior for many degrees of freedom, many particles. There's one electron in the entire universe as a field. But then with quantum field theory, you can actually do calculation with many electrons in, out. You can calculate multi-body systems which give the complexity to the universe. The standard model, which I think Feynman, if he just saw this equation, he would know how to build the standard model. This is the equation that mathematicians could understand all the symmetries. We physicists are visualizing it also with tables of particles, the particles that are fermions and they carry and they have spin 1/2 and the bosons, and then we discovered the Higgs boson, that it is the endowment of mass for the elementary particles. We didn't know that. We had a good theory, a lot of Nobel Prizes were given for that, but we didn't know how really elementary particles get mass. So in 2012, when we discovered that, it was a big, big thing. And now we can see we saw the equation, a very simple equation in mathematics, but in reality, there is a lot of complexity there. Let me show you, I will take an extra minute, but I wanted to show you the tunnel, the LHC tunnel. You can hear it also. This is the highest concentration of helium in the universe. There's 10,000 tons of helium at the LHC, and you see the feeds for the helium were up there. This is the most complex machine that humans have ever built in terms of scale and in terms of internal complexity and engineering. We have giant detectors with which we discovered the Higgs. And let me skip the discovery of the Higgs, assuming that a lot of you have seen it, but I will show you the letter that we got from Mr. Higgs when he thanked us before he got the Nobel Prize because he knew it was coming. So I will stop that the Higgs puzzles, we found the Higgs as we expected it, but there is a lot of puzzles. It has to do with the bubbles that Frank talked about. We've got to figure out how to make sense of the Higgs mass that we have with the theory we have. And I will stop. In other words, we need to understand how to reconcile our experimental observations with the theories we have. There's something there that is not hanging together, and we need to figure out what it is. So I will stop here. Thank you very much. Maybe I can show the last slide on the young people at Caltech. All the builders and the doers in various labs. We work at labs from undergraduates to technicians to engineers to graduate students and postdocs. We work at Fermilab, we work at CERN, and at Caltech in all 3 labs. Thank you.
Can I ask you to stay because we'll have a panel discussion? Thank you very much to Maurice for the report. Can I ask now the speakers, Professor Wilczek, Professor Zweig, and Professor Keat, to join us for the panel discussion? So we'll have a panel discussion for 20 minutes. You'll basically have a chance also to ask the questions. And then we'll have a break from 4:25. Okay, thank you very much for your talks. I think they were absolutely wonderful. My first question would be about the interplay of art and science, because we're in Art and Science Museum, and I think it was an exhibition we could see that Feynman himself was very interested in art, and he was doing a lot of that. two. I found two quotes, one being, you can recognize truth by its beauty and simplicity, and the second one from the story when he was arguing with an artist, whether a physicist can appreciate the beauty of the flower in the same way. So he was saying that there is all kinds of interesting questions that come from a knowledge of science, which only adds to the excitement and mystery of a beautiful flower. So I wanted to ask you whether you could also share with us some of the experiences that you have of the interplay of art and science, maybe in your way. Who wants to?
Or you have your own, I don't know.
Well, I think there's experimental data on this that physicists tend to be more than the general population, people who draw or people who play music or people who experience art deeply. And I think part of the reason for that is that our brains have lots of different pieces you know, if you look at a brain, it just looks like a big ball of jelly, but it actually has different pieces that are different modules that are specialized for different purposes, and it's very important to get them to talk to each other, and especially a powerful part of our brain, in fact, several parts, a very large fraction of our brains are devoted to visual processing, and we're really, really good at it. We're not so good at logic. We're not so good at calculation. Computers are much better, but we're really good at visually processing. So if we can get visual processing and also auditory processing into our thinking, it really enhances them a lot. And so art is very, very valuable for scientists, and I think successful scientists tend to be people who have taught their brains to talk to different parts to talk to each other, and that's my little theory of the deep origin of the connection between art and science.
George wants to speak.
Yeah.
I got it, because that was the last one, right? So I think mine is on.
Well, rather than compare scientists to artists, I like to compare scientists to magicians, the really good ones, because the reason you do it, people are different and they'll do different things for different reasons. But the reason that I do it is that I'm always hoping to find something which is just absolutely unbelievable, that it looks like magic. And the only reason you should put up with all the crap that the experimentalists give you is because that's the only way that you can find things that are just too difficult to imagine in the abstract. You have to have your nose rubbed in it. So again, to the young people, do something that's magical. That's what I think that's what I think it is all about. At least that's what motivates me.
Well, I'll second that. You know, when I was a kid, I was very, very interested in magic, and I learned about magic. But I was really disappointed because it was always tricks. It was always kind of sleight of hand. And when you learn the tricks, it doesn't seem like magic anymore. But physics isn't that way. Nature seems to be pretty honest about the magic, and it gives you powers that from the outside seem quite magical. Who would have thought that you could unlock the energy stored in atomic nuclei to make reactors or bombs, or who would have thought that you can build machines that think if you can control matter really, really well. But you can, and that's magic. I should also mention that I've recently been working with a really gifted student who is a world-class magician as well. So I don't think that's an accident, and maybe students who are interested in magic and science should be encouraged to pursue both.
I'll come last. Okay, so Well, what I wanted to say is that there's always this question about whether we have more than one cultures, the humanities and the arts and the sciences, and is this different? And I don't like to talk about two cultures, let alone three. I think there's one culture. I think architects and engineers and physicists and mathematicians and artists, they see the world and they try to make meaning and shape and order out of it. And I think the same impulse the same artistic impulse that the artist has to create is in some farther more straightforward way the impulse of the scientist to actually make sense of the world. So I think the magic is similar in the arts and in the sciences. And I was actually, I have to say that I was impressed, very impressed with the exhibit you put there and with the work you put on the artistic depictions. It was impressive. It was a lot of work and very impressive.
Let me make one more remark, that in physics has been around for a long time and developing in very impressive ways. So all the easy stuff where experiment kind of guides you by the hand has mostly been done. And now we use the aesthetic criteria for how things might be different, how things might be better to make progress at the frontiers of physics. And if it's not beautiful, we're really in trouble.
I think if you rely on beauty to make decisions, then you're really in trouble. And I think the important thing to understand about science is that it's only interesting if it makes predictions. If you can't predict something that is testable, then you have no business really doing it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it just becomes a beautiful story. It's like everything else.
Yeah, but I think
the thing that distinguishes really good work is work that makes predictions that are testable. And that's it. It's very simple. It's not about beauty. It's about understanding the world. Beauty is something which we have concocted. We don't know to what extent it relates to what the external world does. Don't trust it. Make predictions.
Well, I would say, what is the trust but verify? And to me, a theory that agrees with the world becomes exponentially more beautiful after it's been validated, that it does describe the world. Yeah.
Wonderful. Let's take a question from the audience probably now. Up there?
Well, there are many questions here. You're a tough guy.
Pardon me?
You're a tough guy.
I care about nature.
Hi, thanks. If, let's say, you had the chance to ask Richard Feynman a question, like what over here, would it be, or show Richard Feynman something, like, for example, discovery of the Higgs boson or the working quantum computers today? If you had the chance to ask him a question or to show him something, what would that be? Thanks.
No, again, I need somebody to repeat. I didn't get the question.
The question is, if we could bring back Feynman, in paraphrasing, if we could bring back Feynman for a little while and talk to him, what would we talk about?
What would he think? What? Shall I start with that?
Yes.
I think he would say I predicted that all, of course. I think, and he did. So you heard the minister today talking about the nanotechnology talk in '59, and then talking about Clinton giving the $500,000 for the nanotechnology initiative. You know, that was in 2000. So between '59 and 2000, it took them 40 years. So similarly, I think when Feynman was talking about quantum computation, he was talking about quantum computation because he said nature is at heart quantum. Therefore, we need a quantum system to study it and completely understand it. Now, if he, and you know, I think Feynman was interested also in computation in general, the kind of silicon computation that we have right now. And my question would be what he would think about AI and the progress that we have today, the kind of AlphaGo progress that we have today with DeepMind and Demis Hassabis. What would he think? I think he thought back then the computation was a tool that we have that is very powerful. It can do a lot on the kind of calculations that we're doing. But I think he was thinking that it's going to remain dumb in terms of general purpose intelligence. And I think he would be surprised and perhaps interested in understanding how to take the brain studies of neuroscience, map it into coding it, and creating intelligent, agile, deciding systems. I think that would interest him a lot. For the rest, he predicted it all.
Well.
Should we take another question?
Okay. Yeah.
I think
I would like to go back to the issue of beauty that you were commenting. Don't you think that the difference maybe between the physicists and the artists is for the physicists, the issue would be to understand nature, to describe nature and to make predictions. But when we do it and we find the simplicity to do it, beauty emerges. Beauty in our life is an emergent thing that we are not, it's not our aim, but it appears when we find the right path to describe nature. And for the artists, maybe it is a goal, and then they reach or bring us some understanding of ourselves in the way. So maybe we go through the same elements, but through different paths.
Well, as I said, we don't, at the frontiers, we often don't have much to go on. We have kind of hunches. We try to see how different facts or different equations fit together. And we make, I think, at least I do, I try to make aesthetic judgments, what's likely to work, what's not likely to work. But then you have to try it out. And sometimes it fits, and sometimes it doesn't, and sometimes nature likes our guesses, and sometimes nature doesn't like our guesses. And a lot of the beauty is in retrospect, and things become clearer. But as a guiding principle, I think it's absolutely necessary. Yeah.
Yes, I would like to remind you of Dirac's attitude towards beauty and simplicity. He says explicitly that if you have to choose between simplicity and beauty, you should always choose beauty. And that he was always motivated by the beauty of his equations and the beauty of his quests. And that was a guiding principle for him. And this is, you know, you might say that he was lucky because he was Dirac. He was kind of the ultimate proponent of this, but that was a very important motivation, which I think most theoretical physicists like, but at the same time, you have to respect data, of course. But Dirac did not always respect data.
Okay, so that's probably, I guess, was more of a comment rather than a question. Let's take one question from there.
Can you hear what they say?
Yeah, it's distorted.
I cannot hear very well either.
Okay.
But I'm a little
I'll
deaf.
repeat the questions.
I wanted to clarify George's comment on if it's not creating testable predictions, then don't do it. You're saying that it's not worth doing, or just it's not science? I'm thinking about the Feynman diagrams, the quantum algebras, all this kind of stuff, which don't necessarily create new testable predictions by themselves, but drastically accelerate the rate at which work can progress. So are these just mathematical tools and therefore not science, or are they unimportant?
If I understand the question correctly, it was directed to you, George, and it's.
I didn't hear it.
It was asking whether you really meant it when you say that if it's not testable, it's not science.
Well, yes, I certainly do mean that. By the way, I spend an enormous amount of time looking at art. I mean, it's a real passion of mine. So it isn't that I I don't think that it's a very important and wonderful way of spending your time. It's just that if you want to find out how the world works, then you can't come to it with preconceptions of any sort. And beauty is just a preconception. It's true that if I'm doing something, you know, I'll look at it and I think, oh, this is really beautiful. But that doesn't mean I think it's really true.
Okay. So
and visual arts aren't special. I mean, music is something which is incredible and has an enormous emotional impact on you, as does calculation. You know, when you're doing something, it can be an emotional experience. If you're onto something, you know, it looks like it's right, it's going to be agreeing with this and that, you just get really tremendously excited. You get up and you walk back and forth, and I think it's a universal phenomenon. Feynman, you know, talks about the fact that, you know, he gets excited, he's got something, he's going back and forth, and then, oh my God, you know, there's a problem, back to the desk and so on.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to denigrate science. I think the reason I'm saying it now more than I would have, say, 50 years ago, is that the problem is that making measurement is expensive, and acquiring new information is extraordinarily difficult. And you have an enormous number of really smart, gifted people, and they want to do things. They want to understand about the universe. And society has put them in an impossible situation because they can't find out what's really true because they don't have the access to the facts, to the measurement. And so they resort to other criteria, like Frank says. You want to give answers to questions. And when you don't have the information you need, then you will look to a different master. You will look to beauty. And I think it's a false master. You can look to a different subject. You can go into biology. You can look at other places. It's just a sad fact. You know, I'm going to give a talk on Tuesday. And that talk goes back to 60 years ago, basically when I was a graduate student, when I started to go to college, and talk about sort of Feynman and my relationship with him over many, many years. And then I started thinking about, well, what was the world like 60 years before I went to graduate school or to undergraduate school? And I thought, well, 60 years ago, Röntgen discovered the X-ray. The following year, Becquerel discovered radioactivity. The year after that, Thomson discovered the electron. And for 6 years before Röntgen discovered the X-rays, Hertz finished his experiments on the electromagnetic field. So in that period of time, 60 years before I went to college, over that period of time until I got to Caltech, progress in fundamental physics has just declined enormously until it's essentially non-existent. And now we look to beauty.
Now what?
Now we look to beauty.
Now, okay, well, I can't let that pass. Sometimes you have to be patient. We've learned that, and I do think science is a game in which ultimately there's only one rule, and I think Feynman would have agreed, which is that nature is the referee, and yes, but we're trying to get at very, very difficult questions with a lot of the easy ones and not so easy ones have been resolved already, but there are great questions that remain, and it may take patience, it may take guesswork, it may take appealing to beauty to make guesses, but how else are we going to get there? I don't know.
It might take $1 trillion.
It might take $1 trillion. Well, yeah. So we're working on science in China. But I think what we can discuss more objectively, and I think where we would agree, is that there's a question of what is science and what is not science. I think we'd better not go there, but we can talk about what ideas have been fertile and what ideas have not. And clearly, whether you call it not science, it's much better to have a theory that's making predictions and having consequences than one that you just have to be patient and wait for something to happen. Right.
I want to add one thing. We have one more tool that in the scientific method. It doesn't go just as George showed, Feynman showed to the students at Cornell 60 years ago. We do have computation, massive scale computation and simulation, and it does give us insight. It's not the solution to everything, but this is a tool that we have in the scientific method that we use to do validation and verification of a lot of the comparisons between, at least in fundamental physics. And I hope as the other sciences develop models, they cannot be models of 24 orders of magnitude, obviously in biology and neuroscience, etc. But we do have, computation is part of the scientific method anymore. So we shouldn't fear.
Thank you very much. So we have time for one more question, which was here, I guess.
Hi. So my question is, what advice do you have for people that are curious like Richard Feynman, but that are not PhDs or physicists, and that want to be able to approach a complex technical area, like let's say Einstein's theory of relativity, and break it down to a level where it can actually become an interesting topic of conversation at a party?
What was that last one?
It can become interesting.
A cocktail party talk? Interesting conversation at a party.
Yeah. How can you approach
that was 60 years ago. Interesting.
Well, I would try to answer quickly. You could just address the books by our speakers. They are absolutely wonderful books. This particular topic.
And by
Maybe
Feynman.
You can comment.
Yeah,
by Feynman.
Yeah, you could start by reading Feynman's Character of Physical Law, which is, I think, to me, the single best popular exposition of science that starts from a non-mathematical standpoint, and well, it's wonderful. And it also has the advantage that you can go online and hear Feynman basically giving these lectures with his charisma and style. So that's where I would start. But there are lots of attempts to write for the public. Einstein wrote some interesting books, Feynman, and so forth. Yeah.
But I think for the young people, the thing that you are hitting, I think, is important. We live in a science, technology, very cross-disciplinary era and time. You don't need to have a PhD in order to learn Feynman diagrams. You have lots of ways you can go about learning them. And mathematics and physics, you can see it more as sort of core foundation for all sciences anymore. Possibly computation as well. So I think having a diverse and having the breadth in how you study and pick the interesting topics and getting solid foundations in the way of thinking about the physical world as a questioner and as an engineer at the same time is where we are now in terms of the development of science and technology. We are, I think Feynman probably would articulate this better, but we are in a new era of science and technology.
So I thought you were going to ask not about cocktail parties, but about people who are envisioning a career in science. So let me also address that one, because I'm often asked that. I think it's very important to get educated in the fundamentals to really make mathematics and computation part of your inner being, like a native language. But it's also, I think, extremely important to cast a really wide net to see what's out there, even if you don't understand everything, or anything. Just see what's out there, see what's exciting, see what people are doing, and to always be questioning whether you're doing the right thing. Many people spend a lot of time rewriting their thesis over and over again, but I don't think that's the optimal procedure. I think it's important to cast a really wide net and look for promising opportunities that you like.
And learn how to program.
Learn how to. Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, we have to wrap up here. Let's thank our speakers one more time. So we have a break now until 20-minute break, and please join us for the next session. Thank you.
And now it's time for us to talk about art and science. So like the exhibition downstairs that presents Feynman's brilliant and multifaceted life, we're exploring all possible parts. So after we hear from each of the speakers, we'll have some time for panel discussion at the end, so please start saving up your questions. 3 of our speakers today are artists whose work are central to the exhibition. If you've already seen the show, you will appreciate how the installations, sculptures, and immersive environments bring the visitor closer to the deep scientific ideas that Feynman worked on. Now, if you haven't already been through the exhibition, you really have something to look forward to. So today, we hear from Jun Ong, an architect and artist based in Kuala Lumpur, who was specially commissioned for this show. We're also privileged to have with us Vitol, or Dmitry Morozov, a media artist and musician based in Moscow, and A.G. Sumi, an artist and lecturer based in Bangkok. So bringing perspectives from physics and culture, we also have 2 speakers who've come all the way from the US to be here today. Betsy Devine, an author, blogger, and guest curator of the Nobel Museum, and last but not least, Professor Robert Dijkgraaf. So in fact, we're going to hear from Professor Dijkgraaf first. So I'll just introduce him briefly. He's the director and Leon Levy Professor of the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton. So originally from the Netherlands, he's a mathematical physicist and string theorist. But I thought this audience may be interested to know that between his undergraduate studies in physics and his PhD with the physics Nobel Laureate Gerard 't Hooft, he was actually for 2 years a student of painting. So he's also written a book, The Usefulness of Useless Knowledge, that includes writings of the founding director of IAS and was published in 2017. And as well as being recognized for his science, he's passionate about education and the arts. When he won the Spinoza Prize in 2003, and that's the highest scientific award in the Netherlands, he actually used part of the grant to set up a website about science for children. Now, he is speaking next week at the conference NTU is holding to mark Richard Feynman's centenary on the topic of the art and science of Feynman's physics. Now, next week, he gets 45 minutes, and today we only have 20, so I'm not going to take any more of them. Robert, over to you.
So it's a great pleasure to speak here, and I feel particularly kind of honored to be promoted to the artist section of today's. Of course, here on the background, you see one of a few of the wonderful art, the drawings of Feynman, and we saw some in the exhibition. So I think he would be pretty amazed to see his art actually exhibited in the museum, and this is the great opportunity. But in some sense, I think the kind of the justification for this is this wonderful quote. Actually, I think it's I saw it first in a wonderful piece Kurt Callan co-authored about Feynman collection, that his art is at least as good as Rembrandt's physics. And I think his music, his bongo playing, was probably also better than Mozart's physics. So that means for all of us who are reasonable in one field, we could actually see this as a license to also explore other fields. So I love that quote. Now, I want to come back a little bit to the theme that was pointed out already in the previous section, which is beauty. In fact, one thing I find remarkable, that if you compared science and art, I think scientists speak and use the word beauty with any ironic connotation. Well, actually, I think in the art world, somehow the word is not even used anymore. It's interesting or provocating or whatever, something. We are somehow very naive still. And I think there might be a future where only in science beauty is still being used as an important criteria. So there are some statements about Feynman. I love this one always, that those particularly about the role of mathematics. It's very difficult to get across a feeling to the beauty, the deepest beauty of nature, if you don't know mathematics. If you want to learn about it, you have to appreciate the language that nature speaks in. And Galileo also famously said that the book of nature was written in the language of mathematics. Now, I always want to there's a counter quote to this, which is that Feynman, that if all mathematics disappeared today, physics would be set back exactly 1 week. So I also did a wonderful put down until I heard from a very famous mathematician the right, correct response to this is what this was the week that God created the world. I have to share another anecdote. So when our children were small, we unplugged the television and told them, there's no TV. But after a few years, I secretly, late at night, switched the TV on. And actually what appeared was Feynman, and actually is a famous part of one of his documentaries, where he essentially describes some very deep thought. So I was really surprised that he was speaking to me through the television. Which essentially is, I've rephrased it here, is that our sense of beauty in physics develops. Now often you have a wonderful theory, and then experiments come in and they can basically destroy the beauty, and it becomes a big mess. But then, as was said before, somehow out of that mess appears another sense of beauty that we then describe as even deeper and more fundamental. So I think in physics too we had various transitions, which in some sense you can almost see as the way abstract painting emerged from realistic, figurative painting. So there are various phases in something and a developing sense of beauty. And just to give you one example of this at the past, so this is Johannes Kepler. He was, of course, famous astronomer in the 17th century, very much in love with Greek-style mathematics, like the Platonic solids. And he had this famous solution for what was the universe at that time, which was describing the motions of the 6 planets and their distance from the sun, and basically trying to figure this out using the 5 Platonic solids. And he constructed this very complicated universe by putting all these solids into each other. Now, that model is not the model of the solar system, but the nice thing is it was basically destroyed by himself. Because, of course, we all know Kepler's first law is that planets do not move on circles, but on ellipses. And he describes this actually in his diary. Allegedly, he writes that introducing the ellipse, which is like a squeezed circle, brings a horse cart of manure into science, because the perfect shape of the circle was destroyed. But of course, maybe there's a much deeper sense of nature, because now we know the circle, the ellipse, any motion is described by a conic, as this picture here on the right-hand side. This is a universal mathematical language, and actually Newton's law allows you to derive this. So I also want to say something about the visual and the more logical mind. And so there's a neurological experiment, so I will do this with you. So carefully look at the screen. Okay, I hope you all looked at it. And then you ask you the question, was the triangle above the circle? I think you all agree it was not. But apparently, roughly half the people, if I ask, is the triangle above the circle, you immediately think of a picture of a triangle above a circle and realize this was not the picture you saw. Other people actually remember the image and analyze it. Now, where was the circle, where was the triangle? So there's a right side of the brain way of thinking in terms of visual images that immediately come to mind, and a left side of the brain where you logically analyze the thing. If you, for instance, want to explain how to go from A to B to a person that doesn't think visually, actually drawing a diagram only makes it much more complicated. But if you say left, left, right, right, left, they will actually understand this. So of course the remarkable thing of Feynman was, and that's the point I'm going to make, that he in some sense was able to combine both languages, the language of images and the language of words. And in fact, this is something that I think is a deep sense both present in physics and in mathematics. In mathematics, you could say the logical mind is the algebra mind, and there's the geometrical way of thinking, which is the more visual one. And both are extremely successful, but they're sometimes in clashing. And I would say that the great problems in physics are often you can put in the left or the right-hand side. For instance, quantum mechanics is truly a theory. It's very difficult to understand visually, it's much more easy to understand algebraically in terms of mathematical formulas. Well, the theory of gravity and general relativity is something that it has a very geometrical, space-like form to it. And so that clash or something is a clash that happens all the time in physics, and I think we can kind of see Feynman's contribution in that light. Now, I want to kind of bring you back to what in some sense was the beginning of the Feynman diagrams and just give you a little hint of why this was such a powerful concept. So in some sense it starts with Einstein. Now Einstein, of course, famously said that time is an extra space dimension. And for those who are not physicists here, how do we think about this? Well, we all think, one way to think about it is if you have a movie, like you see here right, it's actually not literally something that's moving. You're looking at a sequence of images. So if you think of that sequence of images, but they're kind of stacked on top of each other, like here on the left-hand side. Now you see the early pictures are on the bottom, the later ones are at the top. And if you take a particle, look at a red particle, and you follow it, it will actually form this line, which we call the world line. So in some sense get this kind of three-dimensional sculpture on the side, which has these two spaghetti strands, the green and the red one, which describes the world line of the particles. So particles are a path in space-time. And in some sense, the birth of the Feynman diagrams, I think, can be a little bit traced back to a famous item that actually Feynman describes in his Nobel lecture, where John Wheeler, his thesis advisor, calls him in the middle of the night and says, "Feynman, do you know why all electrons have exactly the same charge and mass?" Now, that's one of the deep questions that has actually been answered by physics, why the properties of elementary particles are all the same. You read about the charge of electron, but in some sense there is a terrific factory in the universe that produces these electrons exactly to the same specification. And Wheeler's answer was, well, because there's only one electron in the whole universe. And so this was his image. Here's the electron. And suppose, Wheeler suggested, that the electron is not going up in time like we are doing right now, 1 second per second, but it's allowed to travel back into time and up and back again. If I had a time machine, I could go back in time and come here, and it would be a second copy of me here next to me. It would, of course, be exactly identical because it's me. So if you do this, if you allow particles to go up and down and build these big knots, if you would think of this as slicing this as a series of photographs, an initial one would be a single particle, but the middle ones would see many, many particles. Up and down, so particles and antiparticles, electrons and positrons. So it's a terrific idea. Feynman says that in his Nobel lecture, the immediate response was, why aren't there many more electrons than positrons, which is the right answer. But of course, this was something that led him to, in the end, to his Feynman diagrams. In fact, I love this particular page of his manuscripts, which in some sense you see him actually sending these electrons back in time here and noticing that actually the mathematics works out in a wonderful way. And so this actually was this kind of visual way of thinking of particles moving up and down in time led to the famous Feynman diagrams. And of course, it hasn't been said yet, but it's this wonderful moment where Feynman is doing these diagrams and actually thinks, wouldn't it be wonderful if in the future our physics papers aren't fully with mathematical equations, but are full of diagrams. And of course, this was a great prediction. It actually is the case. You can understand things in terms of formulas and diagrams. And it's something I think the power is that the two are connected. So these diagrams, on the one hand, are extremely visual. They brought back our intuition about how physics works. But it's also important to realize they are somehow symbolic diagrams. If people ask more, if you start to ask more detailed questions about what's exactly happening in the diagrams, then we start to become a little bit fuzzy. But it's not really particles, they are virtual particles. And I think that's again the power sometimes of a diagram. It captures a concept very deeply. Here you see two pictures of a sphere. And my question is, one of them has been taken out of a very rigorous mathematical article in a prestigious journal. Is it the left one or it's the right one? Well, you will be surprised to it's the right one. Because this was about a sphere in 11 dimensions. It's very difficult to draw. But actually the cartoon version of the sphere actually captures the essence of being a sphere much better. and we can cut it in half. If you cut a 11-dimensional sphere, you get a 10-dimensional sphere, but the diagram actually captures it. So somehow the diagrams we use in physics have a great kind of symbolic value. And so the thing I want to kind of highlight here is this ability to, which was I think uniquely to Feynman, to use both kind of perspectives. And you know, there's a wonderful anecdote about Wolfgang Pauli, which I love, and it's about the uncertainty principle. The uncertainty principle that we also saw illustrated in the exhibition. Now, it's a statement: you cannot know exactly at the same time the position and the speed of a particle. So Werner Heisenberg makes this discovery, and then 3 weeks later, his friend Pauli writes back a postcard. And he writes, he says, "Oh, I understand what you're saying. If I open my left eye, I see a particle. If I open my right eye, I see a wave. And if I open both eyes, I become crazy." And I think there's this really kind of complementary point of view of physics. And I think this actually, this way of basically looking with two eyes at the same time is a very important thing. I mean, in some sense, everything we say is kind of a metaphor. And one thing we have noticed in physics, that there are several kind of languages that we describe to objects in events. Sometimes it's more smart to describe a physical phenomenon in the language of particles. Sometimes it helps to write it in, describe it in the language of waves. And certain questions are easy to answer in one and difficult in the other language. It's a little bit like this gestalt, you know, the fact that you have a diagram of a picture and you can see two things at the same time. On the left-hand side, either a young or an old woman. On the right-hand side, a vase or two faces. And there's something in your mind that happens when you try to switch from one perspective to the other perspective. So this kind of duality, the fact that there are different views of reality, and sometimes we have to switch languages, I think is quite crucial to our understanding of the world. In fact, you could even say there's something like that which is at action if we want to kind of capture the intuition about what the world is. And the way we are able to describe this in terms of mathematical formulas. I would say sometimes the intuition disappears when you make very precise equations. And the other way, it's very difficult to get this intuition just from formulas. Now, there's another element I want to emphasize, is that almost like good equations have the same property. So a typical mathematical equation looks like this, like A equals B. And often, you know, if we talk about these equations, we spend a lot of language and words to describe A and to describe B. But I want to kind of emphasize the equal sign in between, which has also often a very important role. So some of the most important equations in physics have this ability that they are connecting two different worlds. If we think an equation is beautiful, it's often because A and B weren't supposed to appear in one equation together. Frank mentioned equals mc squared, which in some sense are the most famous equation. And it beautifully has that property, because it has actually two different concepts, energy and mass, certainly appearing in one equation. Just the fact that they appeared in one equation already triggers your imagination. Einstein was actually a master of that, like the photoelectric effect, to have frequencies and energy, or general relativity, to have geometry and energy appear in one equation is quite remarkable. So often I feel this is a little bit like you build a bridge between two different worlds. And now the ideas from the left-hand side and the right-hand side can start to communicate, just as our brains work, where our left and right-hand side of the brain are continuously communicating. So there's one element, I think, you know, which kind of shows this, this property that Feynman obviously had. I want to say a few words about that, which is synesthesia. So for those of you who don't know what synesthesia is, it's the confusion of the senses. It's the fact that, for instance, you see a letter and the letter immediately has a color. I have it myself very strongly. But I remember reading this in Feynman's book, and I think actually I was very relieved to see he had the same affliction. Describes here that, you know, the J is light tan, the N is violet blue, I must say, conversation among people who have synesthesia are Babylonian confusions, because of course for me the colors are completely different. But it's kind of a remarkable thing, because it's a little bit pointing to the point that Frank also addressed, that somehow we think of science and art and creativity as some way to connect the various parts of our brain. And I think what neuroscientists now feel, that synesthesia, which could have really bizarre phenomena, it could be smell connected to sounds, connected to colors, is really kind of leaking borders between the various kind of neurological centers. And so I think it might be part of the explanation. For me, it's very helpful, because if I see a telephone number like this, now I immediately remember it in color. Perhaps, a final saying about the relation between art and science. And we have a discussion about it here, but it's a very long conversation. It has been there for a long time. And in fact, I want to highlight this person. So this gigantic statue was very close to my high school. I walked past it when I was a high school student every day. And it's a statue of Johannes van het Hof. It was a Dutch chemist. He was the first to win the Nobel Prize in chemistry. So I like to joke, at that time the Netherlands had 100% of all Nobel Prizes in chemistry. And Röntgen, who got the first in physics, actually was also born in the Netherlands. And Van het Hof got it. Well, his famous contribution was that he was the first to realize that molecules were three-dimensional objects, so that their mirror images were not necessarily the same. And in fact, here you see some of the paper models. They're quite small, which are still at the University of Amsterdam, that he used to explain this to his colleagues. But when he made his discoveries, he was criticized. In fact, this is a little quote from Kolbe. Kolbe was a great man of German chemistry, and Van het Hof at that point was a junior professor, in fact, in the veterinary school in the Netherlands. And Kolbe criticized Van het Hof. He said, basically he said, you're climbing on this horse and just flying to the Olympus to kind of declare what happened. We would say he made a leap of the imagination instead of a painstakingly derivation of this. And Van het Hof was really insulted by this. And so when he finally became a professor, he chose as the title of his inaugural lecture, The Power of Imagination in Science. Now actually, I recently just looked at that particular quote of Kolbe, and it actually continues. The next paragraph, it says, if Germany cannot create imaginative scientists like Van het Hof, we will lose the race in innovation or something like. So Van het Hof was so upset he didn't read the second paragraph. But in his lecture, he does the following thing. He takes the 200 most famous scientists at that time, so that's around 1900, and put them in three different categories. The first are those without imagination, so no interest in art or poetry or painting. The second is the category of scientists with imagination. So they play a musical instrument, they go to drama, theater, etc. And then there's a third category, what Van het Hof says, those with perverse amount of imagination. So interest in alchemy, astrology, all of that. And then he produces a list. So it has Descartes, Leibniz, Kepler, clearly Newton. I would say all the greatest scientists. And I think actually, in some sense, he doesn't explain this, but it's an interesting fact. What my explanation is that if you have your imagination, it would be quite remarkable if you have just the right amount of imagination to explain the phenomena that you could particularly explain. The fact that Newton explained, in a sense, all physical phenomena, both in the heavens and on earth, and then felt empowered to also explain history, theology, in some sense do chemistry or alchemy. Now, it is possible to create gold out of lead. You need a particle accelerator, and it was done 10 years ago, and it cost millions of dollars, but it's possible. However, not in the 17th century. You have to know nuclear physics. But I would say that, if we, kind of in conclusion, that if we would make a list like this, I think I would put Feynman again in the third category. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dijkgraaf. So next we are going to welcome Jun Ong to talk to you. So he's the first of the artists we will hear from. So the artworks embedded in the exhibition are there to lend you an intuition for the science. Now, Jun's work was commissioned specially for this show by ArtScience Museum and the Center for Quantum Technologies to bring insight into quantum computing. I mean, it's not the easiest topic, and Jun very bravely took this on. So he's created an immersive laser installation called Quantum that I recommend you see if you haven't already. Jun trained as an architect, studying at the University of Westminster in London and the University of Melbourne before working in practices in Shanghai, Beijing, and Kuala Lumpur, where he's now based. In his art, he's interested in the adaptability of artificial light, using technology and materials to create interactive relationships between man and light and space. So he's created installations for sites around the world, and in 2016 he was nominated for Best in Spatial Art at the Media Architecture Biennale in Sydney, Australia. So it was a great privilege for me and my colleagues at CQT to have the opportunity to work with him, and I'm a little nervous to hear how he found it. Jun.
Hi guys. Oops, I have a mic here. Okay. So thanks for having me. It's a great honor to be in the presence of you guys. So I'm trained as an architect, but I have great interest in the arts too, more specifically with lights, artificial lights. So this slide shows just photos of night scenes around my neighborhood back in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. And as you can see, is this universal usage of the white light, the artificial white light. And in Malaysia, we use that as kind of a universal placemaking tool. You don't need signages to define whether it's a car showroom, whether it's a night market, whether it's a food stall. And I like that ambiguity of light, more specifically artificial light. When I was in London, I first saw this piece by Dan Flevin, and it really struck me. It's, for me, a very iconic moment in my artistic career, and it's called The Diagonal of May 25, where he took a very conventional fluorescent tube and just kind of slanted it at 45 degrees. And it immediately changes the way we perceive a household item. And this idea of just seeing things in a slightly different perspective changes the meaning of this object, really struck in me. So it led on to my first project in Penang. If you're not familiar with this island in Malaysia, it's in the northern side of Malaysia, and it's two parts. It's got the mainland and it's got the island. So the mainland is a UNESCO World Heritage Island. So there's a bunch of historical buildings, strong arts and culture. And on the mainland, which is the part further up, it's where the industrial town is. So it's a very cold, quiet, industrial town. And this project started off with the developer of this building wanting to commission an artist before it was meant to be finished as a boutique hotel. So it's in quite a quiet part of Penang, and it was the structure of the building was completely done. So it's actually quite safe to actually go upstairs. And they didn't want the hotel to complete, so they wanted to commission some artists to do something interesting with the building. And as an architect, I think it's kind of a dream come true to just have this kind of blank, concrete superstructure, and the brief is whatever you want, and the budget was like really amazing, so which is a rare thing in Malaysia. And the beauty about doing things in Malaysia is that we can get away with doing things without permits. I shouldn't be saying this, but that's how we roll in Malaysia. So, I mean, it was a great opportunity, and at the time I was kind of meddling with really small light sculptures, but the clients kind of saw my works and they said, hey, why don't you take your art to the next level? It will be kind of big scale, you could do something with lights. And I, being a very hands-on person, I decided to just ditch sketching and just went straight to site and kind of drawing in space, got a bunch of LED strips, and we kind of just drew things, this like 3-meter high lines, I'm trying to be inspired. And I stumbled upon this geometry. I was very interested in geometries, and this is a 12-sided polygon, dodecahedron. And this size, it's 5-story high. And it wasn't even the first proposal. The first proposal was actually approved by the client, but the budget was just like 10 times more. So the first proposal was actually 5 times bigger than this. The client said, like, I love that idea, but like the budget was just crazy, so the cost of it. So I proposed a kind of a smaller scale proposal. It's only 5-story high. And the idea is to create this one simple geometry, but then lodge in between these levels, and creating this illusion that this building, this object penetrates through the slabs, but it actually doesn't. So we made models. It was such a big thing that we couldn't submit it for any kind of permit approvals because it didn't fall into any category in terms of permit. It wasn't a facade, it wasn't a wall, it was literally a star in the building. So the client knew, the mayor gave her a call, and then we got the approval like the next day. So, I mean, being an architect helped. I was quite familiar with doing drawings. So we did a kind of a cross-section and how this is basically how it's lodged into the slabs. And just using tensile cables. So being an industrial town, it was quite easy to get all these materials. It was just down the road. And the idea was to have this tensile structure kind of create this 12-sided geometry with a core in the middle. So this 12-sided polygon core was the only steel structure in the middle, and everything else that comes out of it are tensile cables. So as you can see, the cables actually stop on the soffit of every level and then continues above. So it means that we kind of have to precisely mark almost 500 points so that it really makes and complete the shape of the geometry. So we work with a team of 30 people. I mean, I see it as an architectural project because you had engineers, you had contractors, and you can see during the day, this was just one day before we launched it, it's almost invisible. So on top of these LED sort of steel cables, we lined them with almost 0.5 kilometer of LED strips. So it was all from China, so it's a lot of quantity. We had some drone footages of it. And Malaysia being in the tropics, it rains a lot. So we had this almost like shaman, what we call in Malaysia, bomo, like witch. And she kind of advised us this really weird like tip, like get a satay stick, and kind of lay an onion, a garlic, and a long red chili in this order, and place it on the highest point of the structure, and it wouldn't rain. So for that 2 weeks of setting up, it rained every day, and I just did it. Why not? This crazy woman coming up to me, just do this. And I did it, and it actually didn't rain, that one day. Weird, but that's, science, right? So this was the launch. It was in a very discreet area, so we had to create some buzz about it. So we invited people from, different parts of Malaysia come for the launch. So you can see some of the cables penetrating to the building across. And we built barricades so that people can actually go up to every level safely. And through every level, you see this kind of geometry deconstructed into different forms. So I like that kind of conversation. Seeing from far, it has this shape of a star, and then up close, it's a completely different geometry. So this is a picture of the core, and this was just us launching it. Yeah. So this was kind of a very dystopian kind of photograph, but it's actually just mosquito fogging. So it happened at the same time, so we just decided to take that photo, and it was kind of widely publicized. And we were lucky to be nominated alongside, two of like my biggest heroes, Dan Wiscott and Bruce Munro, for this award, Media Architecture Biennale in Sydney, Australia. So the second project led me to Singapore, Marina Bay. This was 2 years ago, so very familiar location for me. It was for I Like Marina Bay, one of Asia's most prestigious light festival. And this is a kind of fun fact. Singapore has the highest number of lightning strikes ever in the world, being a tiny island. So I was very inspired by this natural phenomenon. And I stumbled upon Walter de Maria's very iconic lightning field work, where he placed about 500 stainless steel poles in the desert, in New Mexico, and have these lightning strikes. So it's really uncontrollable, and it's really about bridging man-made objects with God, with nature, So I really like that conversation. So I had this idea of recreating lightning, but in a very architectural and very spatial, man-made manner. And it's my first time working with, technology. So working with a bunch of programmers. Stanley, I think he's somewhere here, my favorite programmer, and we code programs so that it is interactive to touch. So I'm quite familiar working with lighting pieces in the outdoors. So we made a model, because we had to program it in a certain way, we made a model. It looks like it's 3D printed, but it's not. They're actually lollipop sticks because we had no budget. So it was very important to have that. So we made everything kind of modular so that you can, stack them up. And then I made everything in KL, and we could kind of ship it, to Singapore. Got a bunch of friends install it in, a couple of hours, and this was the launch of it. So it was very spatial. I'm very interested in how light can change the way we perceive a certain space. Yeah, and this is a video of it, in action. Oops. Yeah. So, as you touch it in different moments, you kind of play God for that split minute. You create this, flares of lightning. The next project I'm going to talk about quickly is this project I did in Bangkok. And I was very interested in see how people behave after all the past installations, how people behave emotionally to light. And I was very interested in how different intensity of light would create different kinds of emotions. Dim light naturally represents negativity, darkness, and intense flicker represents excitement, brightness, being aesthetic. And I had this idea of looking at, notice boards in Bangkok, and we were commissioned to do this piece where it changes the way people look at, neighborhood objects in the cities of Bangkok. So I was interested to see how light can be a universal language. Thailand, I'm not from Thailand, so I don't speak the language, but I was hoping that light could be a medium that, that could traverse that. So we built this series of panel where it's just this buttons, pixels, they are touch sensors, and embedded in it is just different intensity of lights. So we would have people pose questions about the cities, whether we're happy with the safety of the city, etc. And people could respond it, with different light intensities. So as you can see, I kind of have a speed through because I've got one more project to talk about. So at the end, we create these art pieces. We have people interact with it. It's almost like a survey. At the end, we're kind of collecting data of what people respond to it, but on the surface, people are participating in making art at the same time. The last project I'm going to talk about is a project that you guys may have seen. It's for the exhibition, Richard Feynman's exhibition. So I was very lucky to get a chance to explore the inner works of CQT. And for me, it's the first ever moment where I had to work with a lot of boundaries, which I kind of enjoy. Being an architect, it's always working with very tight briefs. So this is an image of what a quantum computer is. And when I was spending a day in CQT, they're very kind to bring me to the labs. And as soon as I got into the quantum computer room, I was immediately blown away. It's such a surreal experience. It's not like a conventional computer. It's almost like a space. It's huge. It's dark. It's you could hear the machines clicking, and I was very intrigued by it. And like Feynman said, always kind of push the boundaries, and I really want to push the boundaries in this project. So using the same techniques I would have done with my previous projects, I kind of looked at drawing in space, and we were testing different light sources, and we stumbled upon laser light, and we realized that laser light has that ability to create these very clean, interesting reflections using mirrors. So kind of did a couple of diagrams to see how we can manipulate laser paths in a certain way that it would create kind of a spatial atmospheric effect. So this was the very first proposal. I think we've done like many iterations with the museum and also with CQT, and we finally found an option that we really fell in love. So it was the idea of using green lasers. So these are not dangerous or powerful lasers. They are lasers that people use for events. And so I was thinking how we could kind of create structures around it that kind of help form this very three-dimensional geometry using lasers. So it becomes this intangible. In my past book, it's always something that's very solid, very tangible. So I really wanted to try something that is completely different in this case. So I worked with a photographer friend of mine who has all these links to like camera stands, lighting stands, and all you see here, it's all camera products that we use to construct these structures. So that's a video of how we integrated servo motors to create this moving mirrors that would eventually create these different geometries. So after many broken mirrors, aka bad luck, after the next few decades, I think, we finally stumbled upon the right size of mirror, the right thickness of mirror. We couldn't use stainless steel, so there was a lot of trial and error in this project, and we were just testing it in my office. I work in a factory, in a co-working space in a factory in KL, in Malaysia. So we can only work at night, because we need complete darkness to really visualize these lasers. So that's Stanley, programmer that I work with. So that's a very similar setup that we did, in the exhibition space downstairs. So this was just the trip coming from, I drove from KL to Singapore, so you could see how compact everything can be because I worked with kind of photography equipments. And this was just a few days ago when we were setting up. I mean, like a science experiment or like a quantum computer, like there's a lot of ambiguity to it. There's nothing you can calculate so much, and then everything else is pretty much unexpected. So we had, issues with the air conditioning. We had to kind of like find the sweet balance between having too much aircon because it will kind of suck up the fog that we have in the space. Without fog, we can't visualize these lasers. So there's a lot of unexpected, I guess, conditions that we couldn't really predict, but it was kind of resolved at the end. So this is basically the heart of it. So all these equipments are kind of pre-programmed to turn on and off at certain timing. And this was just right before we launched, we wrapped it up yesterday. So you could see the wires exposed. This was with a bright light, so you could see all the inner workings of it. So there are a series of light stands with mirrors on the perimeter, and right in the middle, that's where all the motors are. So if you see on the bottom bit, there are 3 small laser machines, and it's basically this concept of entanglement where one single laser source can be split into 2 objects, but then still retain its properties. And I'm very intrigued by that, but kind of making it more spatial and more kind of 3-dimensional and immersive at the same time. So this is kind of just gifs of the various formations that we could create. So you could see how it starts off with just 2 lines, and then it begins to increase its complexity by just kind of altering the paths. And I think it's very apt, with the topic of this exhibition, all possible paths. I don't think I've discovered, all possible paths, but it's really about, finding that, putting in that attempt to find something, and that kind of I think I've really learned a lot in this exercise, and I would definitely want to take this learning into, future projects. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Jim. So my pleasure now is to introduce Vitol Dmitry Morozov. So just a few days ago, this same space actually hosted a performance by Dmitry. He's a transdisciplinary artist based in Moscow, Russia, who's focused on creating installations that use sound and robotics.
Switch off my
his recognitions include the Sergei Kurokin Prize in 2013 and the French Pre-Cube in 2014. So on Thursday here, his ArtScience Late was a hypnotic live set of electronic music and visuals that harness the glitch aesthetic. And so he's actually best known for his series of unusual synth installations, including a giant laser-powered drum machine and a sound installation that was powered by his own blood. So his work in the exhibition, All Possible Paths, is something a little different. I'm sure he's going to tell us about it. And it's something that's there to give you an idea of Feynman's idea of all possible paths, the theory of quantum electrodynamics. VTOL's been shown all over the world, in museums in Moscow and Boulder, in Taiwan, and at events including SIGGRAPH, Ars Electronica, and Future Everything. So, VTOL, please tell us more.
Thank you, and I want to say thank you for having me here, for bringing me here. And first of all, I would like to say sorry for my English, which is really far from being good. So I will try to go through my works. I will show a few core projects I have made in the last few years. Originally, I'm an art historian. I was graduated as an art historian, but I never was interested in doing theory, and immediately shifted to build my own projects instead of writing papers or creating. And it happens because I was always interested in sound, and I was playing electronic music, and at the same point, I was always searching for new sounds, for new ways to create sounds, for new ways to build instruments that create sounds. And because of that, I come to electronic music and really streak forward from electronic music to electronics itself, because without knowing at least basics in physics, in electronics, you could not build anything like that. But I was always searching for easy paths, I would say. And instead of learning properly electronics, I started to do circuit bending, which means you take something like a cheap old electronic toy and shortcut something inside, and you get crazy sounds. Sometimes you burn it, sometimes you get interesting results, which could be even stable, even without understanding what you are actually doing inside of it. And that was my first steps in technologies, I would say. Completely wrong error way, which I really like it because I immediately got interesting results without studying electronics, without studying even how to solder properly. So what I wanted to say, that practice was always one of the most important parts. With the project I have here, I still follow this idea of doing things wrong, actually, because the LED stripes, which you probably saw downstairs at the exhibition, if not, you can still go and see them, I think. I'm using these LED stripes to create these paths of the, let's say, particle that creates a wave. They should not be in this kind of conditions. They should be sticked to the wall or at least laying somewhere. So just by moving them like that, I'm killing them actually. So we're already prepared from the beginning of this exhibition that they will die at some point. So in last 10 years of my art practice, I have created around 120 documented projects, which are all on my website. So it's a bit too much. So, and of course I will not stop on every one of it, but I will try to just show a few of the core things I wanted. So some of them were architectural scale of I don't know, 25 meters long, huge sound and light sculptures, also of the structures. And some of them were really small, pocket-size art projects, very, I would say, speculative and ironical. For example, this is called A-pod because it's acoustic, and also with the dot on the top of the A, like the iPod. And actually it's a case, like a plastic enclosure for the A-pod 2, I think, which I attach it, couple springs and a stethoscope, if I'm saying it right, to it, so you could put it in your pocket and go and listen for this kind of a music, well, which is kind of similar, but depends on how fast you run or go. So, and this is the only project from 120 of the projects I have made, which has no electricity in it. But of course, after many years of working on this field, I get some respect to scientists finally. So, and I start to understand that without actually knowing how everything is made, what's inside, how it works, I could not go forward, and it changed my life completely, I would say. And at some point, I realized that this is the way how I discover through art. I discover science, technology, and actually the whole universe. And now I want to focus on few projects which are illustrating these changes of my life, I would say. And the first project I really want to show you is called 12,262. And this number means deepness. This is the deepest artificial point on the Earth ever reached by the humans by now. It was an amazing project that happened in Soviet Union that started in 1970 on the Kola semi-island. So I don't know if it's in here well. So it's somewhere really high north, above the polar circle, on the border with the Norway and Finland. So I've been there many times, and just this July I've been there. There was still snow during the July, so you can imagine how I would say hardcore this place is in general. So, but it was chosen on purpose because like really very old layers of our Earth's crust are really high on the top, are there because there was no layer of soil or anything, because nothing is growing there, or like, so it's like just happening like that, that some of the layers there are more than 3 billion years old. And it was one of the wells, yeah, if I'm saying it right, made in Soviet Union to study what the, what is the structure, because actually no one knows what's above us, what's there down. The man was already in the space, but we still been maybe like a few kilometers down, and all the rest is just a mathematical model, or just, we don't know what's there. So it was the attempt to drill up to 15 kilometers, but the collapse of USSR stopped this project, as well as difficulties. So the level of difficulty of this during like complexity of this project was comparable to sending a man to the space. So it was like the same amount of money, same amount of, like the whole country was working for that, like many research institutes, groups, engineers, and scientists. And it was like in a very hard to reach area, and because of that also very top secret, because of course there was many studies about like future weapons, how we can like analyze explosions of atomic bombs in USA while just like catching the seismic waves down there. So for 30 years they were like drilling and reached this 12,262 meters only in 1990, so just 30 years ago. And actually it wasn't just like a straight hole down there. It was looked at like a tree roots, because there was many accidents during the process of drilling it. And many times the instrument, how they were calling it, was broken, and they were need to start from the beginning, or from like some point where it was still possible to drill. So, and this is how it was looked like till 90s, but this is how it looks right now. So it's completely abandoned, and it's surrounded by glaciers, lakes. There is no trees, and no people for like many, I would say, like 100 kilometers around. So it's like very quiet and very strange place. During the summer, sun just goes around. During the winter, there is no light for many months. And I've been there first time a few years ago with the project, with the festival called Dark Ecology, which was dedicated to study post-industrial situation, like it was, I would say, a philosophical festival, which was like trying to understand what's our future, what will be ecology, what does it mean, like when, like what it will be if all humans were gone. So this kind of a very speculative but also very interesting topic. And in one of the abandoned labs that are still like there, you could like still find a lot of interesting stuff inside of this completely lost space. I found a punching tape, actually a punching tape from very old computer, like from 60s, 70s, which was used there a lot in many labs to store data, to store programs, to record something, or to use it for some processes. So I don't know what exactly that punching tape was made for. So when I saw like the full roll in quite a good condition, but laying in the water, actually in the rusty water, I immediately took it and put it in my pocket. Since I was working a lot with the music, I know what punched tape is because like it could be used for music, for like old pianos that were playing by themselves. They were using like special punched tape rows to play the whole composition, even like compositions that humans could not play because there were like 20 fingers instead of 10 like written on this special tape. So I immediately realized that I could make a project, like a dedication to this amazing scientific attempt to drill to this hole, and actually there is like nothing dedicated to that. Not many people know even about this project. There are many legends dedicated to that because there were like many accidents and it was top secret. So like some talks were anyway spread around it, and some people were saying that like Soviet Union is drilling to the hell or bullshit like this, but still it was all working on the myth to create a mythology around the whole project. So it was like that's what's really attracts artists a lot. Different kind of stories that are going in parallel with something, and so I created a machine that reads this punched tape. It's actually not that hard, but also very interesting that like this punched tape was used maybe like 40 years ago, but now you can't read it with the modern equipment. I mean, it's not existing, and old equipment could not be connected to your computer. So like there was already a big gap between these formats, between these different ways how data was stored just like 40 years ago. Imagine what happens in like, I don't know, 500 years. And so it was a very interesting media archaeological study, how I could like, how I should read it, what's the direction, so which protocol I should use to read that. And finally it comes up that it's just an ASCII, so like very standard way to store charters. And I really fast decode everything was written there. So it was kind of a like interesting study doing in searching information for building a machine. And then a next level was searching for core examples. Actually, all the during the drilling process, they were taking out core samples of the crust. And studying them. That was the main idea of the whole project, to have examples from different deepness. And as I know, there is more moonstones existing on the Earth than stones from 12,000 meters, actually. But I had the luck to buy some of them on the auctions from the collectioners, from the people who were actually working on this project. And some of them were extremely expensive, some of them were very cheap, some people just gifted for free. And I have a big collection of that, and I'm really attracted to these geological treasures, I would say. And so the core idea of the whole project is actually that I'm drilling them. So I got many samples that are completely destroyed because it was so hard to get the whole core out of it. And my machine is actually reading this punched tape and interpret the data that comes out of this tape to the commands for the small drilling mechanisms that are drilling these stones and making sounds out of it, because I'm connecting like a special piezo microphones that gets the frequency, gets the vibrations of this drilling process, and creates a composition out of it. So of course, it wasn't enough for me, so I took the whole installation and bring it there, probably walking 5 kilometers there, because all the roads are destroyed from the nearest place where the car could reach. And after 30 years of downtime, I continued drilling there, and well, of course, to make the video, to make a documentary about that, to make these amazing photos, and also to prove, the whole idea that I found some artifact there, and then in few years come back and to make the circle connected. And well, unfortunately, I don't have much time, so I just said about one of my projects, and I was preparing many more of them. Then probably then probably I will just show you a short video piece with some sounds so that you will get an idea of how it was sounding. I will skip directly to, okay, I will skip to the process when I was just setting it up. What I want to add also that it is actually, this is it standing right now over the shuttered like hole, which is welded right now to prevent anyone to throw anything that deep. And when I was calculating sizes of the work, I was preparing to put it right over it, so to have this like metaphysical, I would say, act of like bringing this machine back there. And what I want to also add, that this is probably one of the most lonely and beautiful places I have ever visited in my life, because you feel how much of energy of scientists were spent and now just like completely wasted. Well, all the core examples were taken out and they're still studied, and they will be studied for many more decades, because there is so much of like information that could be get out of it about the structure of the universe, actually, even like how everything was extended. And yeah, I think I need to stop since I don't have more time. But thanks for listening. I'm happy that I just show at least once or one project. Thanks.
Thank you, Dimitri. So our third and final artist speaker this afternoon is A.G. Swee. So he's one of the 12 contemporary artists whose works are exhibited in all possible paths. And if you've already been through the exhibition, I'm sure you're going to remember seeing Quark 4. It's mesmerizing and extremely beautiful. So it conveys something of the essence of the invisible world of subatomic particles. So Richard Feynman was among the physicists some 60 years ago who was puzzling over how to explain the structure of protons, which are particles found inside the nuclei of atoms. So these are now called quarks. Those of you who listened to the scientists earlier heard about these, and so you see the inspiration for A.G.'s artwork. So A.G. was born in Tokyo, has lived in New York, and is now based in Bangkok, where he is, alongside his artwork, a lecturer in communication design at Chulalongkorn University. So he's widely known for his installation art projects and has held exhibitions all over the world. His particle physics-based explorations are an open-ended installation series that capture the relationship of art and science. So perfect for today. Thank you, A.G.
Thank you very much, and the greatest pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for Art and Science Museum to have this greatest opportunity to have wonderful physicists and all those greatest team that supported and make this installation come true. I believe that one of my interests about science is something that's a little bit similar to the practice of the art. We always seek something that haven't seen before. We try to find out something that it doesn't exist and try to find a new configuration or in a new equation. So for art, like this is the particle photographed in a wave and a particle in together, actually in recent years. But back in the time, like this is a pointillism, George Seurat, he was actually painting the light with particle, the pointillism. And also Van Gogh, he's also Starry Night, famous painting. This is also the wave of the light. And I believe that somehow like artist has a kind of like predictional quality. So we don't know why we are making art. We have some kind of driven to make something. We don't know why sometimes when we are making, but maybe even this, maybe they are predicting something. I kind of fully believe this type of human creation and connection to the future. So, so when I my interest is about science, and also I work with the topic of a social issue. Since I've been working on a lighting media over time, naturally I come into the light as particle, like a photon is a particle, right? And then I have started to research on these matters. And as a contemporary artist, not Impressionism time, what can I do with this particle? So I kind of found out particle accelerator, how we can try to see something we haven't seen before in the science world. The LHC, I don't have to explain in this place, I believe, but so this is a collision that LHC will make, and I was trying to see how, as a contemporary artist, try to visualize this collision. Like back in the days, like Leonardo da Vinci made a sketch of turbulence flow, and as current time for me, like what can I do? And then I start to think of that, and then this theory of a parton theory and QCD process to like high energy particle high speed collision. So the proton neutron collision. So quark was found by a particle accelerator hitting electron over the proton. And so I start to try to find how we can visualize the particle. So of course you can see the dust in the air. You will see it anywhere in the house. Maybe I will find it sometime in my house. This is the work that I come up. Okay, and I have to research. I'm a little bit of a material geek in the sense that I research a lot of material. I love the material. So like first I found this material that the car, like traffic light or traffic signs, when the light is hit, it's kind of like reflect the light. I was trying to find, and I believed that, oh, there must have some pigment exist. And I got the pigment, I put the lights, nothing happens. It's like, okay, it doesn't reflect. So I was kind of like start to look for so many kind of different materials and checking. And I found this mica powder that has this highly reflective material that also have a gold color, sunny gold color, ivory silver, sparkling silver. It was like, I was like, wow, in that shop. So this is and then after I put the beams on it, and my inspiration since is LHC collide, so I use these beams to create this mimic of imaginary collision of the something super microscopic world into the larger scale installations. So by you doing that, just having a powder floating, it doesn't look like a collision. So I have to start to use actually it's a very simple system to use the computer fans to blow the powder, and then I start to have collisional space in this sealed tank. Okay, so talking about the systems, I always look into like some different device that can apply to the things. This is actually just a powder feeding system. I think it's for the food. There's a powder feeding system for the agricultures, powder feeding system for cooking, chefs, and there's many things available. And I was researching all those different kind of the machinery, and then find my exact the machine that I needed to use, like screw feeding system, but also the blender part. If you don't actually create a blender, powder just stuck, and it just doesn't feed into this tube. So I had to kind of like try, okay, what kind of a blade will make it this tube feed this super light powder to feed. And also, since it's an exhibition is 4 months, I have to have sustainability, not to feed powder all the time. If it's all and so that's why it's like, oh, when I was looking at this Roomba running around, it's like, oh, maybe we can do this kind of like recycling of the powder. So I have, this is the things that is underneath the installation. It's a powder. This powder is going to blow from this fan system I made with the DIY with the laser cut metal bending. So this is the second one that I'm talking about. Still, I might work quark, but this is inspiration of the Richard Feynman and spinning dish story. The ones he was looking at in a Cornell University canteen, and he saw the dish was, some student dropped the dish, and then dish was wobbling, and he was thinking, oh, the spinning, oh, entanglement, oh, quantum the world, and he was just thinking somewhere else. It's similar to me, so, but I was just like thinking about, okay, how can I make it this spinning quality in a quark, this collisional, I mean, it's an electron of the spinning, but so I was trying to find out the system, and then I found out magnetic stellar, which the scientists normally use. But what I needed a scale of the bigger one, so I had to build bigger magnetic stellar by myself with a DIY. And then this is what I have done. So it's creating a turbulence. It's quite long video, so I'm not going through all the videos through. But eventually you get this turbulence, which is more like the physical world. But eventually after that, you start to have this beautiful spinning elements of the powder, and it creates really like universe, like something I haven't seen before. And then I was quite impressive even for the creator to see what nature create with the new configuration. Okay. I talk about a little bit, not quantum physics, but my practice of the social issue and art combination. So I'm living in Thailand right now, and it's a political situation is quite like a go back and forth in a strong, like, I don't mention too much about it, but it's really like two divided society. And realizing that all of the world right now is similar. America is getting always having a big conflict, and also Brexit. France had a recent election was also a very big issue with the conservatives and all the issues in the two divided society. So I start to think about this as seesaw, because anyone who have a power get to the other side. So I start to make what can we do with this? It's like, first of all, I have to bring so many people on the stage to be able to have the political issue. So I made this the 5-meter seesaw that contained 30 people who can get on it. But the thing is, it's a classic physics. So anyone who sit on, I don't know how to do this actually. Okay, anyone who sit here has more power than who sit here. Actually, here you can get on a maximum like 11 people. Here was around like 10 people. It depends on the people. But this one here has like a balance. This one people, and this is about approximately 10 people. So in this world, there's a power is different. Some people has more power. Some people have like born rich or born having more power than others. Some people opposite. So, but in the sense that you still have like, if you have more people, in here, more than 20 people, one people, you can win with this. So I'm talking about a little bit of the like type politics with elections and other like Brexit and elections. So I was just playing with this social issue and this politics with classic physics, which also is an interest. And actually, this standing thing is actually swing voter, and this is a set voter for the elections. Sort of, I'm kind of playing with my imaginary world. Oops. Let me see. And this has a tilt sensor so that whichever the weight is going, it's go with the weight of the people. And it's a little bit, video is a little bit slow. So I have used these hydraulic suspensions. Okay, so the video is a little long, so I'm gonna skip to. And also same time in the sense that someone is sitting on one location and maybe he has some political point of view, but if you don't move, somebody move for you. So sometimes if you don't be active, it's just going to the other side. So I was just sort of like playing with this type of the idea with my interest of physics, of classical physics. Okay. Maybe I showed a little bit more work, maybe one last work. So this is a polycarbonate sheet that used for architectural divisions and some quite inexpensive material that's handy for the panel or to division. And this material has this oscillation quality of the light. So it's reflect bouncing and it kind of stretches it. So, and the light becomes like that if you put into this material. So I thought like, wow, that's interesting, it's a stretch. So I actually made this public installation called the Time. I was commissioned to put in front of the BTS station of Thai SkyTrain, and since it was a public, I made a clock, and this clock will give the LED light motion of the time. But so that everyone can sort of relate. So there's the seconds and the minutes and there's the hours and kind of rotated. But for me, it's time is irrelevant to some people. So time run fast, time run slow. It's sometimes when we get older, sometimes time run faster. And then also in a scientific term, space-time, if your motion is fast, your twin paradox, that you have two different time locations. So I was kind of like creating this imaginary world. If you are in this world, you are in the clock of the time, that in current time. But every 15 minutes, this clock starts to rotate very fast. So that I'm talking about this space-time that somewhere in the imaginary, I mean, it exists, but in my imagination, I wanted to create this space that I can think of the space-time within this installation. So this is a kind of like my practice, using different kind of materials and science and social issue and topics. Thank you very much.
Thank you, A.G. So it's my pleasure to introduce our final speaker of the afternoon, Betsy Devine. Betsy is an American author, journalist, and blogger. She co-authored Longing for the Harmonies, Themes and Variations from Modern Physics with Frank Wilczek, her spouse. So she has more insight than most into the life of a Nobel laureate, and that's not just through their long marriage. Betsy's also a guest curator with the Nobel Museum, one of the partners of this new exhibition. She researched and produced for the museum a website of materials on Richard Feynman. So I'm particularly looking forward to her talk, because although we haven't met before today, I think she may have a mischievous spirit, much like Richard Feynman famously had. So you can find evidence of Feynman's mischief downstairs. And as for Betsy, you can visit her blog. So it runs under the title Funny Ha Ha and/or Funny Peculiar since 2003. She's an early adopter of technology. And the tagline is Making Trouble Today for a Better Tomorrow. So Betsy, I don't think the organizers want too much trouble, but...
Thank you, everyone. So one of the things that's famous about Feynman is his curiosity. And I'm just hoping I can make you a little bit curious with these things. Part of the fun of being curious is that a really fun kind of curiosity is when you're curious and then you have an idea that you can actually figure out the answer yourself, or at least you're not just going to have to read something in a book. So I'm guessing that some of you might guess what some of these are. Well, I'm just utterly thrilled to be here, and I'm really very touched and actually moved by the enormous creativity and kindness people have put into creating this exhibition and this physics conference based on some crazy ideas that I came up with. But I'm also a little bit terrified because I've been sitting here hearing some really good talks. And of course, some of the people before me have been giving some of my personal talk that I was planning to give, so I don't want to repeat that. I won't be repeating their points, but this will give me more of an opportunity to talk to you about some of the things that only I could tell you. So I hope you will enjoy them. But I will say also that this talk is not really a talk about me, and I hope that when I tell the stories, that you'll be thinking about yourself and your own life, your own opportunities to be creative, your own opportunities to have an adventure, your own opportunities to create art or to be creative in some other way and to live your own life in a full and happy way. So this slide covers some of the themes of my originally planned talk, science and art, which I think you've heard something about today, introduction to Richard Feynman, which I don't think anyone here now really needs, but then some questions about what our original conception has been to create an exhibition that uses the life of Feynman, the inspiration of Feynman, to introduce people to art and science in some kind of different ways. And then a picture of Alfred Nobel, who inspires my employer, the Nobel Museum, with the idea that what you do, you should try to think about the greatest benefit to humankind. And I think that's a useful inspiration for creative processes. So, well, science and art, you can see that Mr. Leonardo had some ideas about that, as well as Mr. Feynman. But I'd also like to say something about science, art, and magic. You know, the whole idea that science is different from art and both are different from magic is a fairly recent conception and from the point of view of human history. And I'd just like to give a little shout out to the ArtScience Museum, which is come back, there, which is a place where art and science and magic are really living together in a very inspiring way. And Mr. Feynman, you have already been introduced to him, and he was an inspiration for this story. I'm going to skip ahead. There we go. So here are some slides from my previous talk, but I'd like to skip forward in my talk to talk about the adventure of my random walk with Feynman and some collisions in my own life as a particle. One of my early collisions when I went to grad school at Princeton was with this young scientist named Frank Wilczek, who was at that time just a few months past his 21st birthday. And we sort of liked each other, but we were both kind of shy and we were both kind of serious. So what we were doing, it could not be called dating or courting, or we wouldn't have called it that for goodness sake. But we would, for example, we would go to a room and we would have record players and records, and I would move the needle of the record to play him my favorite song by Bob Dylan, and he would play me his favorite song from the Rolling Stones. So one day, and we went on like this for a while, one day Frank came to my room in the Princeton's Graduate College, and he said to me, "Betsy, sit down with me on the sofa. I have something to show you." And I'm like, sit on the sofa? Oh boy. So we sit down on the sofa, and Frank brings out the first volume of Feynman's physics lectures. He says, "Betsy, you have to read this. It's so wonderful." Well, if I hadn't already been in love with him at that point, I think that would certainly have done it. So Feynman has been very important. Collisions with Feynman have been an important part of my personal story. This picture of Frank is from about 10 years after that particular collision with Feynman. And by this time, Frank and I were married, and we had 2 children, and our lives were doing all kinds of other collisions. I think at that point, we were just starting to work together on the book Longing for the Harmonies. And then if you fast forward to quite a few years later, some more random collisions happened. And one random collision was that the University of Stockholm wanted Frank to come there. And I was thinking, well, what would I do if Frank was spending half a year in Stockholm? Oh, the Nobel Museum. I love the Nobel Museum. Maybe I can get a job there. And in my naivete, my friend Antti Niemi, who is here in the audience, who's a part of many of these exciting collisions, said, well, yeah, you should, we'll look into you getting a job at the Nobel Museum. Well, I was naive enough, and I hope the people here who work in museums will have a good laugh over this. My idea, if I get a job at the Nobel Museum, they'll want me to think of some exhibitions for them, which is actually not how museums work. They don't really want random novice people to come to them and tell them exhibitions they might do. But that was my naive thought. So I said, oh, okay. So I went to Wikipedia, and I said, this was in 2015, I said, okay, what's happening in like 2018, 2019, 2020? Oh, Richard Feynman would be 100 years old. Wow, that would be really cool. Feynman was interested in art and science. He has a Nobel Prize. He's a natural. So I started working on this project. And of course, Frank started working with me. I said, oh, Frank, you know what would be really cool? If we have Feynman diagrams, they're kind of like art. But if we had them connected to Nobel Prizes, because it's a Nobel Museum, they're going to want Nobel Prizes. Do you think you could find a few Feynman diagrams that are connected to some Nobel Prize in physics? Oh yeah, I could do that. So he came back he had 15 of them. Anyway, so it went on like this, and of course we were both talking to everyone about this wonderful idea. And then Antti happened to run into a French prince, Prince de Broglie, at a hotel in France. And of course, he started telling him about the great Feynman idea. And the next thing we knew, we had been invited to the Louvre to give a talk. Frank, of course, was invited to give a talk in the auditorium to all the assembled scientists at a conference, but I had an even better invitation. I was invited to give 2 talks in the basement to all the Louvre personnel about the Feynman idea, the Feynman exhibition, and they all liked it, and they gave me some really good ideas. And so we ended up going to the, I did end up going to the Nobel Museum, and they did end up encouraging me to pursue this project and to create something with it, though they didn't have any money for me. I was ignorant of that part of, I was ignorant of that part of a museum exhibition. But fortunately, I got together with a bunch of people from the museum who knew a lot more than I did, using a process that's called a design sprint. And I totally recommend this to anyone who hasn't tried it. It's very common in business. My daughter and my son-in-law are, both have companies, and they do design sprints almost every week. Every time they develop something new, they use this process, and it's really clever, brilliant way to get a lot of collaborators together. One of the things, speaking of random collisions, that came out of this design sprint was a dog leg for the Nobel Museum project, because we realized we do not have a ton of money, so we're not going to be able to create something really huge. We're going to have to create something small, like maybe a website. But if we want to create something small, we want to create something small and valuable. To whom would this process, to whom would this be useful? To whom would this make a difference? And the answer is not to a bunch of scientists, but what we came up with was this would be very valuable for high school students. This would be very valuable to young people starting off in a career who are thinking, what am I going to do with my life? Grown-ups have such boring lives, or my life is just going to happen to me. What's going to happen to me? Instead, to give them the idea that there are many possibilities for a grown-up to be creative. There are many possibilities for a grown-up to have dreams and work on them. And there are few pleasures that are greater, in my opinion, than having some kind of a dream and some kind of a imaginary project and working on it and seeing your dream fulfilled. So the website became a website that was developed to appeal to high school students, to build the idea that creativity is a human experience, human power. You can increase your creativity, you can use your creativity. So that was a very good collision with. So then the next thing was out of Frank's 15 ideas of Feynman diagrams and Nobel Prizes, we had to select a subset of those. I've already used 10 minutes. Oh, that's all right, I have 20. Awesome, okay. Yes, so Frank made me beautiful pictures of these Feynman diagrams. Oh, so here's an example from the 1993 Nobel Prize. And for each Feynman diagram, we decided to treat Feynman diagrams as a device that tells a story. It's a cartoon. A story is something that happens in space and time. A story is something that has a beginning, a middle, and an end. A story is something that makes you curious, and then you find out the answer. And Feynman diagrams do all of these. And so our idea was that scientists tell stories, but artists also tell stories. And the story that we ascribed to this particular Feynman diagram was that it's a story about space and time being warped. And it's a story about that space and time are not just fixed, solid things that never change. You can imagine different ways that they could exist, and you can learn from your imagination. So when we were building the website for each of the Nobel Prizes we did, and we ended up the website only has 4 of them, we wanted to add things that would stimulate the imagination of the students and cause them to see the variety of ways that you could put yourself up against a work of art. Here's an example, a very early example of space and time being warped by a scientific, mathematical, and also artistic thing called perspective, which was a new discovery back in the time of Mr. Perugino. Another example of warping space and time using scientific ideas and also artistic ideas is a kind of a mirror image, warped mirror images, which were very popular at a certain time. And I might add anamorphosis. I may be pronouncing that wrong. But this is an example that's in museums, in a museum in Sweden, so we figured our Swedish students could go look at it. Another way to think about how space and time could be warped is the difficulty of taking something that's three-dimensional and making it two-dimensional. It's not that easy. So anyway, we worked on this. We came up with a website, and the name of the website is, we wanted a short name, so we came up with Tipofto, which may not seem very intuitive to you, except if you think about the pleasure of finding things out. And then you will see that it's not so very hard to remember, Tipofto. Let's see for a second. I just want to show you, come on, end show, just briefly. I want to show you a little bit of the website. If I haven't closed it. Oh, here it is. Wait, I see it. Tipofto, the pleasure of finding things out. So I hope if you're interested, and I hope you will be, you can go and take a look. It has all kinds of stuff. It has interesting videos. And as I said, although it is tailored, I hope, to appeal to high school students, I hope there's something there that other people could like. Here is, remember I was showing you that warped space and time thing. So here's how it's implemented in the website. And believe it or not, you can even see it on an iPhone, because apparently teenagers interact with the internet, basically, with their iPhones. And there's that Feynman diagram. Okay, 5 more minutes. That's not what I want. I mean, I don't want to see that other thing there. There you are. I'm going to stick that over there. All right. So now I'm getting to these bottles. To these art objects. So we've seen some really wonderful examples of some fascinating art from some very talented artists that are on display in the museum. And one of the many people we collided with who very kindly was inspired by this idea was a Swiss artist named Stefan Lehner, who is here in the audience right now. And Stefan creates all kinds of art out of recycled objects and repurposed materials. So he got very interested in the idea of Feynman diagrams and warping space and time. And he started making cuts first into paper, which you can see he's making some cuts into paper, and then into bottles. And to see how they would, if you make Feynman diagrams and you stretch things in various ways. And there's one of the bottles, you can see what he's got, he's got a balloon in the middle of the bottle. So this is just an ordinary bottle, but you can you can transform it in a very interesting way. Huh. There we go. So you can transform these bottles and you can put lights inside them and you can, you can rotate them, you can look at them all different ways. It's just an example of how when you learn about something new, don't just learn about it and write it down in a book. Think, it's your opportunity. It's opportunity knocking at the door of your brain and saying, wow, what could I do with this? How could this make a difference to me? How could I use this to show something to somebody else? And so I was very inspired by Feynman. I hope you will be inspired, and I hope you will also have many exciting and wonderful collisions that make your life better. One of the, let's see, I'd like to thank so much Honor Harger, and I'd really like to thank Dimitris and Wendy, who did so much for this exhibition. I'd really like to thank Lars Brink, who did so much to make this possible, and KK Fua, who was incredibly generous, and of course my pals at the Nobel Museum, and Stockholm University, and the Brahe Educational Foundation. And I wish you all great happiness and a life full of creative collisions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Betsy. So we are going to have a short Q&A. So after all this talk about curiosity and inspiration, I'm sure we'll have some good questions from the audience. If I can invite all of the speakers to come back on the stage, Professor Dijkgraaf, Jun Ong, Dmitry Morozov, A.G. Sumi, and Betsy's here.
I'll pass you a mic. Okay.
I stand.
The chair's coming.
We'll have mics for anyone in the audience who'd like to ask a question. So if you would like to ask a question, please raise your hand now. Okay, as there are many hands, let me go straight to you. So the person in the white shirt.
Hi, thanks for showing so many different ways to explore, like for example, the well, example, building a structure within a building under construction. So since we are on the topic of exploring all possible paths, can I, ask whether you have faced any challenges in dealing with resources and in terms of, for example, monetary resources, for an art project, and if, let's say, resources were something that is not a question, then what possible paths would you explore? Thanks.
So let me just check if I understand this question. What are creative ways you have found to deal with limited resources? Maybe.
Yeah, that's a great way to paraphrase it. Thanks.
Perhaps, does anyone have any examples they may like to share?
I'll share.
Please.
Well, there's a wonderful saying, if you want money, ask for advice. If you want advice, ask for money. This has been my experience raising money for this project that I was working on. In particular, I was very sad at one point, thinking that I would not have enough money to finish making the website. It was a lot of money. It was like $65,000, $70,000, and I'm thinking, where am I going to get this money? And so I asked one of my friends, who was assistant head of the Stockholm University. I said, "Oh, I'm so sad. I can't finish my website. I need this money. Do you think Stockholm University might be able to give me a little bit of it?" And he being Swedish, gave me a very polite and kind and completely non-responsive answer. But that's all right. I don't expect people to give me $70,000 for nothing. But then about 2 months later, I was called in for a meeting with him and the president of Stockholm University, and I was feeling so terrible. I was thinking, oh man, they're going to yell at me. They're going to say, why haven't you finished the website? Why didn't you get the money? And I was so upset, and I was so worried, having bad dreams. Went to this meeting, gave him a passionate slideshow about, partly about how great the ArtScience Museum project was going to be. So I'm like, I couldn't get money for a website, but these guys are doing something great. So I get to the end of the meeting, and I'm okay, I'm ready. Now you can yell at me all you want. And they said, well, we'll give you the money. I said, what? Yeah, they called me in so they could surprise me with the wonderful news that they're going to give me the money. And I'm thinking, you know, I wonder when they decided this. You know, I wonder how many nights I almost cried myself to sleep because I didn't have this money, and they already knew. But it's all right. They were, God bless them. They gave me the money, and
it's a story with a happy ending. Maybe we can take next question. Yes, thank you.
Hi. So what I want to ask all of you, I mean, either one or all of you is, do you think machines will ever be able to appreciate art? Another way to look at it is, do you think that machines will ever be able to appreciate art? Right? And another way to ask the question is, the ability to appreciate art, is that something that can be simulated computationally? If the answer to that is no, then does it mean that the value of art in society will reduce in the future? And if the answer is yes, then does it mean that our definition of what good art is depends on what the machines think is artistic?
This is a big question to end the day. Professor Dijkgraaf?
Can I take a swing at it? So I think, you know, one thing that we might be pleasantly surprised by if machines and smart machines in particular are playing a bigger role in our world, they might actually point, we think in terms of machines that they're very automated and they're very logical thinking and it's all very structured. But they could actually be more imaginative than we think. In fact, they could be, I mean, I feel that as humans, there are a lot of things in which kind of controls our imagination. In some sense, we have been extremely careful. I think probably evolution made us very careful. And you know, one thing we see even in science, you know, what a great struggle it is to find our own creativity or, you know, bring students to the point where they feel open and easy to be more creative. And we have seen examples, you know, of course in a very limited case, playing games or whatever, where computers make moves or are. I once asked one of the creators of this game that won at Alpha, you know, the AlphaGo, the game that beat the world champion, how he would characterize the style of the computer. And he said, well, it was playing like a teenager. So more explorative, more kind of doing things outside the box, so to say. So I think if that actually will happen, that would be terrific. I also think, you know, if you say, well, are we able to appreciate art? Well, certainly I think the kind of sense of beauty or whatever as we talk about in science is something I think we kind of quite easily agree, all of us, you know, that something is kind of beautiful. So there seems to be something kind of universal in that kind of beauty. It seems to be independent of culture, etc. You might even think that a beautiful mathematical equation might also be beautiful in the eyes of some kind of alien civilization. So again, that points out that perhaps there's something where we and machines can agree upon.
I can just add really shortly that there is actually no proof that we are not machines.
Sure. Maybe I guess like one singularity happens, probably like they will appreciate art, but like probably they don't make a mistake. So we actually I make a lot of artwork and the result coming like after this mistake, oh, actually I like this. So that kind of mistake they may ignore. So I think the quality can be slightly different.
I think actually that's not true. I think, you know, modern machines, they are much more statistical And so they make mistakes too. I think they might make
And then
more
they realize
important
that the mistake, so they learn from the mistake.
Yes.
So, sorry about my...
Do we have more questions from the floor?
I have a question for the artists here. As far as both, you all work with a mix of science and art. Is there a clear line for you where you separate art and science that you use? Is there a moment where you understand, like, behind this line there is pure science, I cannot make art of it?
I think being an architect, we've always had to juggle this balance between being creative and being logical at the same time. Buildings need to work. Eventually, you need fire escapes. So, but for me, I kind of just start off, giving myself some parameters, and eventually, I would always doing all these artworks. I kind of learn how to let go and let things behave in a very kind of organic and unpredictable manner. It's difficult being trained as an architect because you always have to think logical, So for me, it's still a learning process, but I'm learning to let go, and to let go is quite a difficult thing to do, to trust that whatever you've prepared it to do, it will kind of self-create this magic, after that. And I think that's the beauty of that threshold, between arts and science, that imperfection, and that you can't predict a lot of things, yeah.
I guess clear line is, I cannot do much of equations. The physicists can do. And I can imagine what the concept, I can understand the concept of it, but once the equation comes, especially like the simple one, I try to learn it, but once it goes to complex one, it's very, very, there's a definite clear line exists.
Well, I would say that I have such a big respect to this profession, being scientist, so that I never would pretend to be anyone who is like really dealing with science, and I'm really like feeling that there is like kind of a border which is not because it's like something like wrong what I'm doing, but it's just like a bit different purposes. They're both working on explaining what the universe is in general, but just from such a different way. And it's like, it's very easy to be an artist, to become work with like, not easy, but I mean, it's very like clear way that you can be an artist, have a lot of imagination, crazy or logical, any kind of ideas, and then taking something from science and calling that art and science, or this kind of a like combined practice, which is actually really far away from real science, because it takes like ages of learning. It requires big talent as well as for an artist. So it's like a completely different path, and I would be happy if they are parallel, but maybe they are not even like that. So maybe I'm wrong, but at this point of my life, I'm feeling that I should not be at all pretending like working on this field just because it's like a completely different like way of acting in life. Yeah.
Okay. We'll take one question from the front.
Well, some of the art that I find most important to me has an emotional content. You see a scene and it somehow triggers in you some of your experiences in the past, and that's one of the things that makes art very important to me. When you are looking at science and trying to create art that's inspired by science, what do you see the role of emotions to be?
think that art is something that the stimulate the brain, or like when I sometimes come back home, I just see the artwork. It just some kind of like the DNA kind of split in my brain. I think there is this kind of effect to it, and emotionally. I mean, there's so many different kind of emotion. So it may not be like my kind of art. It may not be like the something like particular emotions about romantics or like a sadness but there is a certain kind of emotion that the art has existing. I believe that you refresh, you enjoy, you will have a new experience that make you fresh in terms of out of a routine life. That's I think one of the emotion.
I mean, for me, I always think that as artists or as creatives, our jobs are to be good storytellers, to good communicators. You know, we learn something and we kind of relay the story in our own ways. And I think, you know, to enjoy a story, it's as simple as, you know, being happy about seeing this piece of art, or you know, so all that complexity, you know, behind these artworks are all covered, you know, by this one simple reaction towards this artwork. And for me, it's always that first impact, even as an artist and also as an observer to art. It's always what hits me. You know, it's so subjective. Everyone has a different preference, you know, in the kinds of art, but it's always that first emotional reaction to that art piece. And I think that's what's important, you know, as a result of this, you know, hard work. Yeah.
I'm afraid we've run out of time for questions. I guess we can invite everyone to have their own emotional reactions to the artworks that are in the gallery downstairs. So I'd just like to say a last thank you to all of our speakers, to Betsy, Professor Dagraf, Jun Ong, Eiji Sumi, and Dmitry Morozov. And thank you all for being here this afternoon.
Thanks. And I also wanted to thank Jenny Hogan for being such a fantastic partner for us throughout the development of the exhibition and her role at the Centre for Quantum Technologies, and to again acknowledge our partners at Nanyang Technological University for making this exhibition possible, as well as our friends at the Nobel Museum and Caltech, and Michelle Feynman, the daughter of Richard Feynman, who we are delighted is going to join us in Singapore for the technical symposium at NTU. It just leaves me to thank all of you for coming today. It's been an incredible privilege, I think, for all of us to have so many people here throughout the course of what's been a long day, starting with this morning, the inauguration, kind of the minister's speech, our speeches by our VIPs, and then an extraordinarily invigorating series of talks ranging from reflections on Richard Feynman as a man, Richard Feynman as a prankster, Richard Feynman as a rather terse PhD supervisor, and Richard Feynman, I think, is the inspiration for for so many generations of scientists and non-scientists. So a sincere thanks to everyone who's spoken today. Obviously we have half of them here, but I also wanted to acknowledge the contributions of Professor Lee from NTU, Professor Frank Wilczek, Professor George Zweig, Professor Thomas Curtright, Professor Mira Spirapulo, and our moderator from earlier on today, Misha. It's been a massive privilege for my whole team to have been able to take part in the Feynman centenary and to celebrate 100 years of one of the great free spirits of science. We really hope that you will go and see the exhibition if you haven't already. It's going to be open until March. We're open 365 days of the year, so you'll have plenty of opportunities if you didn't get to see it today. We're running educational programs right the way throughout the show. There's guided tours every weekend, and we also have a participatory workshop series which looks at nanotechnology. Ben Still, who made the particle physics Lego, is here with us this weekend. So if you'd like to learn how to build particles in Lego, he's going to be around leading some insights tours. Once again, thank you again for being with us today. It's been an enormous privilege. Good evening.